You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Hey, how are you? Nan? That's not your name? You stole that? Okay, cool. Camille? Camille, I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. From the Newbie Doobie podcast. There you go. That's our podcast. I'm a newbie. So my partner is a longtime consumer. I'm a non-consuming advocate. However, I have been using your topicals, especially in the mornings. So for shoulder pain and neck pain, we've been using the which one is it? Yeah, the cooling gel. So I don't smoke, I don't eat, but the topicals I have been slowly trying, and I've found that your cooling gel has been amazing. So yeah, so that's. No, like talk. It's like, what would you recommend in general? What is your favorite products? What are the ones that sell best?
Yes. So my colleague here can actually explain that.
Your colleague John King. I don't think either of you actually work for this company.
That's John, and then that's it.
So what's your real name?
My name is Fernanda. I'm the QAP at Lupus.
So I don't know if you were hearing me talk to him about I'm a newbie, I'm a non-consumer, but I'm an advocate. And I don't smoke, I don't eat currently, but I do use the topicals, and your cooling gel is the one that I've been using most recently, and it's been incredible. So I just wanted to kind of we're live right now, and I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about the product and maybe what some of your best sellers might be and that type of stuff. So
our main products are the creams and the gel, right? As you said, and we also have some extracts which are ingestibles, which are also very well known by the public. I would say that my personal favorite is the full spectrum. So our products they are normally with a very high concentration of the cannabinoids, which makes them very potent and very good for the use, right, for patients. But the full spectrum, the combination of the CBG, CBD, and THC makes it.
I think my internet is connected. No, I lost my whole internet. It's connected.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What we're talking about here is something which takes its place in the great unfolding of the defining of human freedom that characterizes the entire adventure of global civilization. In other words, we've got the Pope under control. That happened in the Middle Ages. Slavery has now been generally embraced as a bad thing to be into. And we've gotten that on the books as a bad idea. Women have been suddenly recognized to be human beings, and so forth. So this swelling bubble of aha and perception of the real nature of the universe should also include the sudden realization that governments have no business telling people what foods and spices they should prefer, that this is an absurd role for government.
I could not see for the fog in my eyes. I could not feel for the fear in my life.
And that spells the best. Fine stereo.
Alan,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you having a nightmare? What if it's true?
ladies and gentlemen,
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
the very word secrecy is repugnant
Secrets.
in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers
Constant, extreme danger.
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
Extreme danger.
that an announced need for increased security
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Hart.
will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes,
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the building would blow up?
or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know. Facts they deserve to know.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right. Green Crush is back. We've had a couple of weeks off in the summer because we needed to have a couple of weeks off in the summer. There were technical problems. I wish I was enjoying myself, really having a great time. Really enjoying the summer, but it hasn't really been that way. It's been a bit of a slog. It's been a bit of a hot one. Bit of a hot one. You know, you can't even walk around the city without being reminded how hot it is. And on that note, Green Crush, myself, I would like to thank all of the people, dozens of them. I mean, I'm just talking about today, but also over the past couple of weeks, we've been enjoying summer. I have a dog, and I've been walking that dog. I bring him with me. He's here now in the studio. Isn't that cool? So the thing about Floyd is I've had him for a while. I've had him for 3 years. So I'd like to celebrate the fact that I've had Floyd for 3 years, and I have some awfully good news for Floyd. And that news is that I have it on high authority from several people. Like I said, dozens of folks walking around the city. I have it on high authority that my dog needs to drink water. Isn't that amazing? It's hot out, right? So this is what prompts people to tell you, the person walking with the dog, that the dog needs water. I love this. I really do, because it's starting to explain why he's been a little less than chipper, these last 35 months or so. Give him water. Thank you, everybody, for stepping up and stepping out and telling me this valuable information. That my dog, who is a mammal that I've been living with for 3 years, needs water. I mean, they told me. It's not even like I had to reference check it. I was just, I really did hear from more than one person that the dog needs water. So I'm going out on a limb here. I've put a lot of things together over the past year, the direction of cannabis legalization, the cluster bomb that's about to take place when this legalization effort, that's not really legalization, as we know, if we're paying attention. This is a recriminalization, but I will be able to tell other people who have dogs with the same authority that I've been able to understand how taking cannabis prevented me from dying when they told me there was nothing else I could do. Just like I know that, now I know also that if you have a dog, my goodness, give it water once in a while, because they drink water. Is that sinking in? All right, that's Toronto that told me that. Thank you, city. Representatives aplenty walking around, some with dogs, some without. All of them happy to point out these basic facts. Thank you so much. Ooh, he sounds a little sarcastic today. Well, I had to load it up because we still don't have a sarcasm emoji. I don't understand this. I do understand that our guest today is understanding of the fact that we are behind. We've been beset with technical difficulties for a while now, and I could have almost done the show last week, but it became majorly difficult at the last minute, and since it's not in your TV guide circled at 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening or something, you can listen to this anytime. And what this is Green Crush. We are a small collective, but preaching the truth. So that's all that matters, and hopefully more people will get on board. But that truth is that the green is cannabis, and the crush is what it can do to your health problems if you give it a chance and use it as a tool instead of running away from it like the fear cudgel that your supposed leaders are telling you all about the bad things about cannabis. And sometimes those bad things aren't even true. But they do. There are problems with cannabis. Sure. Like if you were smoking a joint in your house, one thing to do it safely would be to not light the curtains on fire. Okay, but you could go on and say, oh, another cannabis does and someone's house burned down. Yeah, because they didn't even know how a lighter worked. But you got to stop being disingenuous about how this stuff doesn't have any effect, okay? We're getting the plot now. We've already gotten it. I got it a long time ago because I had to. And other people are figuring it out because they had to, and other people are figuring it out because they're listening and they're open-minded and they're testing things. Here's something you can test. There's an old theory that says cannabis is bad for your brain. Only they didn't call it that. They call the devil's weed is bad for your brain. That's what they've been saying. And then we've been finding out that there are compounds in cannabis that actually love your brain. I wonder if there's an article about that. Oh, here's something in health and fitness. ehealthcare.cc. That's right, it's not on the cover of Time magazine. I think they had another unflattering fake portrait of Trump they needed to put on there, because there's not enough things he's doing. They need to actually invent photographs that don't even carry the truth and then get upset if he says it's not real. All right, so here we go in health and fitness. THCA. This is the acid, the THC later that gets you high and does a lot of cool things. Other than that, healthy things. It actually is an acid, and before you heat it up, it turns out that acid, THCA, loves your brain, according to Health and Fitness. They mainly rely on the effects of the two most abundant cannabinoids. This is they being cannabis-based medicines. Of course, there's delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, that's THC, and cannabidiol, that's CBD. Are you with me?
Can I just get the CBDs? I don't really want to get the THC.
Yeah, I know you've heard a lot of things, love, in the mainstream media, and you're just finally gonna swing over to CBDs, and
THC's a bit dangerous, my doctor told me.
So these compounds, however, are actually present, THC and cannabidiol, in the raw or the living cannabis plant under the form of acid. Not acid LSD. Settle down. Some of you are getting too far ahead. The plant itself contains carboxylic acid precursors to these compounds, known as the delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinolic THCA acid and the CBDA acid. These acids are easily converted to THC and CBD through decarboxylation, just a fancy word for heating it up to a low kind of hot temperature, 200 I think, 190 depending, Fahrenheit of course, a process primarily triggered by heat, such as that applied while smoking or cooking cannabis, right? Decarboxylation also occurs naturally during aging and storage, so the shelf life of THCA is short. Yeah, if you leave it there for a while, it'll eventually become high ready. So this is pretty good because THC is not a psychoactive. It can be later when you heat it up, but it isn't if you take it in that form, and it's thought to have many of the same positive effects as THC without the heating up. Through the cannabinoid receptors. Again, we have these receptors in our body. Oh, is this your first show? Gosh, go back to number 1. Tuck in all the hours that we've put in here and catch up. But basically, if you don't want to do that right now, I get it. THCA and CBDA are acids inside the cannabis plant. Heat that up and you have the medicine. It's called THC and CBD. You also have cannabinoid receptors in your body. So this is why you do well when you ingest a substance that your body is geared to receive, right? So that's it. That's what we're talking about here primarily. But before we get further into things, we do have a prize giveaway, and then I'd like to spend a bit more time talking about our guest today, Shane Pulak from Blackfeet Trading. No, hang on. That's not right. I just rushed into that because I wasn't sure. And because it's live. This is the part they would cut out if it were live. And it's not. I'm not embarrassed. That's the way it goes. Okay, so here's right on. Here it is. Oh yeah, we're getting to that. Hang on, we're getting to the contest. Relax. So here we go with this is cool. We've got a couple of things to clear up. So Blackfeet Health Products at gmail.com. Blackfeet Health Products. Blackfeet, Blackfoot tribe out in Western Canada, also down into the States. We have a member of this tribe with us today. This is a native of Canada, all right? Like one of the real ones. One of the guys here before the 150 crap we were trying to put over your eyes last year. Remember that thing? We're only 150 years old. Yeah, it's cool. but we're not. We're well older than that. And Shane is going to be on to tell us about a very important thing, and that is the connection between native understandings, spirit, cannabis as a medicine. We've got a lot of great topics, and hopefully the guys in Calgary are listening. I think they're in Calgary. We'll clear all this up later. We've had all kinds of technical problems. I'm too excited to get to it, and I'm just hoping Shane will be able to hear the folks in Calgary and vice versa. Otherwise, I don't know. Anyway, we'll get to it. But first, my goodness, let's get to something fun and cool. That last week we gave away some stuff. So let's talk about that. We have the moving on bumpers. Here we go. Let's get some music going, and we'll give away the official theme song of giving stuff away on Green Crush. Here we go. Yeah, you can feel the tension there. I can. Anyway, so we had Warren Bobro's Cannabis and Cocktails book, and this is a guy that makes all kinds of fascinating drinks. And again, if you're a new listener, you got to go back a few shows, listen to Warren Bobro. He is he creates these fantastic libations, these delicious drinks, and we've never had anybody on the show like that before, and we had a lot of interested listeners. So his book, okay, is available now. You can get it anywhere. Warren Bobro, it's Warren Bobrow. He's got a book called Cannabis and Cocktails and some other cool books as well. And we did give one away to a lucky winner, so it's Carrie Lynn of Edmonton. Carrie Lynn of Edmonton, we are going to reach out to you to arrange the shipping. All right. But right now, a new product. What? Are we saying this? Okay, I'm going to give another giveaway, so that means I got to do the music again. Hang on. Yeah, that's the giveaway music. So now, here's what we have. We have a new company from beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia, and they are going to bring you, and they are bringing you, the best in 420 accessories and products online. They specialize in branded and wholesale orders. Visit them today at prohibitioncannabis.ca. Okay, here we go. Spell it. Prohibition. Prohibition. Cannabis.ca, all lowercase. Get on there. And in the celebration of their new official launch, the crew has added a BC Maplewood rolling tray to their quality retail and wholesale product line. Green Crush is going to be giving away Prohibition Cannabis Company prize packs, which include this exclusive tray. What tray? The Maplewood one I was talking about a minute ago. Pay attention. So get on our socials at Green Crush Pod, at Green Crush Pod, all one word. And we're also greencrushpodcast.com, apparently. And thank you very much at cannabisdaily.co for putting that together for us. Also, so get on those at Green Crush Pods, at Green Crush Pod on Facebook, Twitter, and the Instagram. And you will have the chance to be just like Lynn, who has, or it's not Lynn. Is it Lynn, or last name was Lynn? I'm so sorry. Yes, our winner there out in Edmonton. Okay, so that's all that stuff. Now we're going to close the giveaway section with the closing of this, the closing music of the segment. This is how you do shows. Okay, so here's the closing music of the segment. See, that has a little bit of a tighter sting to it, right? It's a little bit of a tighter sting to do that. And, you know, you want it to be short. I don't understand why people don't put more stings around things, you know? Like you could say, yeah, Mom, I'm coming down for breakfast in a minute, but I'm just finishing up tying my shoes. You know, and just throwing a little sound effect like that. I think that'd be pretty cool. Or you say, you know, all kinds of things. Anyway, get your own music. That's what I'm saying. It's almost as good as having your own show. Just have a little music thing around your neck, you know? Like if you get an Apple Watch and someone says something, just have your own little theme song. You know, like they do on sitcoms when you walk in. Anyway. I'm having a bit of a problem with somebody. Okay, so let's see here. All right. By that, I mean communication. We don't stop talking to people just because, there's stuff to do. We have a show to do. I mean, this is important stuff. We have to talk about important things like why they won't, even help a show like this or promote a show or allow a show that's promoting the use of cannabis. You're not allowed to promote it. You're not allowed to have nice colors on the package. You can't have giveaways. You can't have toys. You can't have all kinds of stuff. And meanwhile, here we are in Ontario and the LCBO under the new leader, Doug Ford. They're giving incentives to brewers to participate in a buck of beer.
Incentives for breweries that get on board with the province's plan to bring back Buck-a beer. CTV News learned the LCBO will offer premium shelf space, free advertising, and limited discounts for companies that reduce their prices. The perks are all ones brewers usually have to pay for. The province is expected to announce more details about Buck-a beer tomorrow. The issue was one of Premier Doug Ford's campaign promises, but industry experts worry lowering the minimum price of a bottle or can of beer to $1 could cause some companies to skimp on quality.
You think? I mean, how do they even do this? How do they decide to get this beer down to $1? And there'll be taxpayers' money involved. These people don't seem to understand. The one thing is that the cheaper the beer, the more satisfied, the more relaxed, the more laid back and apathetic are those who take it in, and would probably do better to criticize the very government that put forward that cheap beer for other reasons. Whereas with cannabis, the reason you want to keep it under wraps and not promote it is it promotes intellectual dissent. You see through a lot of the bullshit from the leaders, or so they call themselves. So back we go to cannabis.
Hello, my name is Dr. David Allen. I'm a retired cardiac surgeon and a member of the International Cannabinoid Research Society, ICRS. That means I'm a cannabinoid research scientist. And I'm here to tell you about the discovery of the endocannabinoid system, the ECS.
A doctor saying this.
And the significance and how it will change medicine. And we discovered the endocannabinoid system about 30 years ago, and we really didn't understand the significance of its discovery. And so we found out that this is a chemical communication that your body has. It's not electrical, it's chemical, and it's kind of like the hormone systems that people are familiar with. And your body makes these cannabinoids. They're endogenous, so they're endocannabinoids, and they perform some miraculous functions in the body. And we're just learning the significance of these functions. And basically, the endocannabinoid system is responsible for homeostasis. Most people don't understand what that really means, but it's the body's ability to maintain itself and function in the proper environment. And so it's
What's that, doctor? That's the thing I always hear people telling me is all bullshit, doctor. Say it again, doctor. Okay, let's just hear that one more time.
It's the body's ability to maintain itself and function in the proper environment. And so it's critically important that doctors in the future understand this control mechanism. And we're finding out that that manipulation of this endocannabinoid system will control diabetes. It controls cancer. It controls whether you can survive a heart attack or stroke. And so this is critically important for doctors to understand this new science. And the discovery of the endocannabinoid system is the single most important medical scientific discovery ever, and will save more lives than the discovery and application of sterile surgical technique.
Wow. So I'm not being hyperbolic when I tell you all about how great it is. Now this guy is just casually plowing through. It's the best thing ever. compared to surgical technique. And by that he means surgery, radical surgeries. He doesn't mean other medicines. We're not even talking about medicines right now. So he knows that. This is the thing I was telling you earlier about the THCA has a powerful neuroprotectant. This is something that goes in your brain that protects your brain. This is the exact opposite of what these vampires and jackals have been shrieking down the fear tunnels for the last 50, 60, 80 years. Oh, it's going to ruin your brain. You've been lying and you're caught. You're caught out. Now, the only thing is I don't actually have a bulldozer in the exact location of all the people that said these lies and continue to say them, but we kind of know where some of them are now. So that's what doctors are saying. That's what THC is. And then we also have here that in August 2015, the National Cancer Institute released a report on, this is like 3 years ago, right? Released a report on their website saying marijuana kills cancer. And you go, what? And then you go to their website and you click on that and it explains in Politics USA that the U.S. government's Department of Health finally admits marijuana kills cancer. You might be thinking that's amazing. Not really when they held a patent on it for doing so for so long while telling us it was bad for us. These people lie about anything that's important to you. Pretty much. About anything that's important to anyone. Now we've got this doctor speaking out, so now we're really on a roll. Let's go to England, where they say in the UK has legalized medical cannabis for prescription. This just came out late July this year. The UK's Home Office announced that cannabis-derived medicines will be rescheduled and available for prescription by August. They probably heard this doctor I just played a clip of, or someone like him. There are hundreds of them. The move comes following an official report recognizing cannabis has therapeutic value and recommending it even if it's only that. There's no reason to keep it away from us, and trust me, it's more than that. It's to be rescheduled from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2 in the States. In England, pressure has been mounting to allow medical cannabis in the UK thanks to several high-profile cases of kids who suffer from epilepsy, like Alfie Dingley and Billy Caldwell. And of course, we had Dravet syndrome over in Ireland with Vera Toomey and her daughter Ava, who had this problem and has now taken the Irish government to task. Caldwell received a prescription for medical cannabis oil in Northern Ireland in 2017, but was eventually denied access when the Home Office pressured his doctor to rescind it. They're finally getting the idea. They're finally understanding that this stuff really works. And before we go to our guest today, who is of the Native community and understands this plant on a level that I only hope to, let me just quickly add in that the greatest thing about this medical advancement and all of these doctors is that in Canada they're saying it. They're finally saying they're saying doctors want medical pot phased out after legalization. I mean, come on. Are you reading the same thing? I just gave you like 10 minutes of why this is great stuff. And now these chumps are coming along. Jeff Blackner. This is going to be one of these pharmaceutical dudes. Let's see what he's got to say.
The Canadian Medical Association says doctors want to see Canada's medicinal cannabis system phased out once legalization kicks in. It says there'll be no reason for people to access cannabis through a physician when users can buy their bud at a local pot shop or dispensary. The federal government has tabled legislation that will make marijuana legal in Canada on October 17th.
Isn't that interesting that doctors, once we get this stuff available for everyone to take recreationally, the doctors, they want to get rid of the medical aspect of it. You don't need it anymore, right? So when you're doing stage 4 cancer and you need a pound of this stuff to cook into something, how about that? You know, you need a pound. Where are you going to get that from? Well, first of all, you're going to pay $454 in tax on the thing because they're going to tax it at $1 a gram, on top of some other taxes, which are only based on some other taxes designed to escalate in such a taxing situation that more taxes will be added later. And when the budget goes up next fall, it'll be going up as well. These idiots think they're going to sell a $15 gram. Wow. Hey, cannabisdaily.co. They've always got some great stories on there. Check them out, will you? 80-year-old grandma in Michigan jailed for small amount of medical cannabis, and so it goes. But listen, if you're like me, you like baseball. And if you like baseball, you love going to Wrigley Field. And if you love going to Wrigley Field with it's a fantastic park, okay? It really is. Of course, these are the bubblegum people. Wrigley's spearmint and doublemint gum. Been around forever. That's why they built it, and now they are looking at getting into the cannabis industry. Yeah, doublemint, baby. Spearmint, spear this. It's a good sign for the cannabis industry, perhaps, if Surterra CEO Jake Bergman says Wrigley's getting involved with their company. Jake Bergman being the CEO of a weed brand, of course. Surterra, getting involved in their company shows marijuana is already losing some of its stigma. Already? You sound excited about it's already gone. No. Anyway, cannabisdaily.co.uk. Fantastic stuff. Do check them out. And once again, thank you for the website that we do enjoy. Big Pharma. Okay, one more thing now. We've got an arrest here, finally. Why? A billionaire has been taken down, it seems. From the DCNF. This is the, what is that? The district? I don't know what that is. Anyway, it's important stuff, folks. The District of Ocean Justice. The Department of Justice charged John Kapoor, 74, and 7 other current and former execs at the pharmaceutical company. Let's find out who that is in a minute. With racketeering for a leading national conspiracy through bribery and fraud to coerce the illegal distribution of the company's fentanyl spray, intended for use as a painkiller by cancer patients. So they knew it was causing trouble, and now these guys are actually going to jail. Some of them are going to jail. So it does eventually come around to a lot of people. Okay, and when I mean that, I mean bubblegum, from bubblegum to medical marijuana.
Money into a company that operates right now in Florida.
Yeah, that's the company. Sherman, okay, Sherman or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So listen, we're going to get our friend on the phone here. Let's see if we're going to summon Shane. Now listen, I've got a different iPad. I don't understand what's going on with this. Here we go. Press home to unlock. Done. Fire in the magic code. Done. Now where's this thing? Here we go. Skype. Our old friend who likes to disappoint us so frequently. Skype. Let's call Shane. Boop, ba, ba, boop, boo. Let's see where he is. Okay, come on. Shane is going to be, he's out in Western Canada right now. And, let's see where. Hello, Shane. Are you there?
I'm here, Alan. How are you?
Good. Just managing the board. Glad to have you on. Now, here's the thing. I'll say this right up before you tell folks all about yourself. I will say that we've had some troubles. You know that technically getting together. I don't know if you're actually going to be able to hear the fellas that we're going to try to connect to or not, and vice versa. Okay. So let's just establish who we are and where we are. And we'll leave the fellas on a wish list, and hopefully it'll work when we get to it. But tell the folks where you are. I've already introduced you as a purveyor of Black Feet products. Tell us all about what that is, who you are, and how you come to the world of cannabis.
Okay, so I'll start off with first who I am. My name is Shane Pulak. I'm from originally from Welland, Ontario, which is the only Great Niagara there. And I live currently in central Alberta, and for a while now I've been working with a number of people right across the nation with the great Canadian phyto nutrient and terpene network. I'll say it again: the Great Canadian Phytonutrient and Terpene Network. It's got about 4,000 members on Facebook, and it's Canada-wide. A few friends from America have joined us there. And that was put together simply as a way to start looking at cannabinoids in a different light. I don't really see cannabinoids as as a drug, I guess. I look at them more as a food because that's what they are.
Now, did we talk about this beforehand? Did I tell you to say that? Because I've said that before. And then I found Michelle Rost, you know, her wrote a book called Vitamin Weed. And more people are starting to understand this. But this is a key thing that folks need to learn, okay? This isn't like, oh, can I do this for a little bit and then stop doing it? Do you say that about oranges? Do you say that about your favorite piece of meat? Do you say that about eggs? No. You don't say, "Oh, I'm all better now. I got some vitamin C. I don't need any more citrus anymore." Right? You need to keep putting it in the tank.
Absolutely true, Alan. So phytonutrients are vital for our well-being and our great health, and you know, trying to eliminate some of the ailments that we're trying to deal with on a daily basis. And our endocannabinoid system that each of us have as a mammal, including all dogs and all mammals and whales, and they all have an endocannabinoid system. And that system is very important because it regulates almost everything, every other system in our body: the nervous system, the neural system, the cardiovascular system, our moods, our sleep patterns is all really controlled by the endocannabinoid system. And having that system in check and running proper, and the only way you can make it run proper is by ingesting phytonutrients. So this is why cannabinoids should not be looked at as a drug, but rather as a phytonutrient or part of our diet. It is food. Because,
Shane, how long have you known that, though, personally? How long have you known that?
Since I've been, you know, working in this, researching and developing these ideas, it came to me when I was looking at cannabis oil and thinking of my background in biodiesel and other lipids. And I thought to myself, well, because this is a lipid-based molecule that comes from a plant, well, thus it's a fat. Fats are part of our diet, just like proteins or just like complex carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Or, you know, so this is an essential thing that we need in our diet. So thus it comes from a plant. It's phyto, you know, Greek for phyto.
Greek, you can't say phyto is Greek for phyto.
No, sorry, but phyto is Greek for plant, and nutrients derived from the plant, phytonutrients.
Yeah.
So this is why they're nutrients. They're not. I'm not seeing them as anything other because we eat them, we consume them, and that's part of our diet. And I really want people to understand that. Let's move the conversation from, I guess, scheduled drugs, but rather start looking at more of a dietary way to ingest our cannabinoids, you know, and they're vital for our well-being and our system.
You're saying that, I'm saying that. Let's also, I'm trying to remind the people of exactly who you are. You know, I have a more a deeper tip of the hat for a person who is of native extraction that happens to know all this. Or anybody that knows all this, but particularly a native who has like ancestral historical reasons for knowing all this. So, for example, I know everything you just said to be true. This is my reality, and I understand it as accuracy. However, prior to this, the reason I found that out was through the emergency of tragedy. The emergency of the end of the road of difficulty, and I had to go scrambling to find this out. And what I had to do was pick apart a wallpapering of. You ever take down wallpaper from an old house? Usually there's another layer under that, and so it goes, and you kind of feel like you're never done. And,
exactly.
And I had to do that with the information veneers of fiction and lies that were atop these basic points. Like, I had to find this out in the last year and a half. I have learned about cannabis as a nutrient. I'm well into my probably the end phase of my life, having definitely passed any sort of midway point. And I don't understand why I'm only now finding out about this, a reasonably intelligent person who's been open to things, never mind being a person who's been sucked into believing every kind of brainwashing that comes along. But I had to learn this. Why is this stuff so hard and well hidden? You're not the first person to figure this thing out, and neither am I. So why are we sitting there? You're saying the first thing we have to do is get people to understand it's a food. It's true, but then the second thing is you also have to understand the people you've been telling you it's poison and not a food are the same people that they got to get their comeuppance. You know, we can't let these folks continue to run things when we know they're spinning out these factories of lies.
No, it's true. So that factory of lies, I think, is starting to crumble on the weight of itself and is going to be irrelevant soon enough here. When I'm of just a little descent, my great-grandmother was of First Nation origin here in Canada. So I have just a touch, but when I started working with the Blackfeet Nation in southern Alberta here, they've been using phytonutrients since before time immemorial, and that's how they only view these products or these phytonutrients. They only see them as food. They don't see them as an escape, I guess, to use to get high. They see it as a part of their diet to eat to keep ailments away. So they've known that for maybe 5,000 years or more, and we don't really recognize cannabis or cannabinoids in any other form other than food.
Well, it is a big deal, and I'm so glad that you have found out about it. Now, exactly what is your company, and what do you do exactly? Tell everybody where it is, where we can find you, and what do you guys exactly, what are you up to? What are you doing?
So Blackfeet Health Products became a corporated company with the province of Alberta on June 13th, 2018. So we're a really new company, but with a lot of research and development already previously done. We haven't launched our website as that's being built as we speak right now.
Okay.
But yeah, so Blackfeet Health Products is a majority-owned shareholder First Nation company. It is located on the Blackfeet sovereign territory here in southern Alberta, which extends down into northern Montana. So it's the Blackfeet Nations on both sides of our so-called borders.
So that goes up to Calgary, right? I mean, from Calgary on down, sort of thing, in Montana.
Yeah, actually, the Blackfeet territory is a very large territory. It extends way up here into central Alberta. The boundaries are from the North Saskatchewan River down south all the way to Yellowstone National Park. So if you could imagine, the whole eastern side of the Rocky Mountains is basically Blackfeet territory.
Wow, that's pretty big territory.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's very big.
Yeah. So and so you get cannabis from, do you grow it in Alberta, or where do you, not to give away your ultimate secrets, but
yeah, we don't grow any cannabis at this point on the Blackfeet territory. We're exploring that right now, but we do grow a tremendous amount of hemp, and those are most of our nutrition and dietary products are made from that hemp grown here in Alberta.
Oh, that's great. So, all right. Well, the reason that we came across you is that Paul was in touch with you, right? Paul Hartman is a friend of the show. Paul's a green crusher, probably listening.
Mm-hmm.
He could be listening, or he could be tending to a plant right now. Who knows? Or a series thereof. Anyway, yeah. So how did you come to meet Paul? Get to know Paul.
So I tell this story. It's an interesting story. So dealing with phytonutrients, we're often dealing with plants. However, there's another huge component to that story, and that's all to do with mushrooms. And we're a big proponent of using mushrooms in your diet for the many benefits. They almost maybe exceed that of hemp and cannabis, but the mushrooms are a great importance to us. So I had made some story. I put some articles about mushrooms on the Great Canadian Phytonutrient and Terpene Network, and Paul had responded and saying that he was very interested in mushrooms, and one thing led to another, and it's like the mycology as such. Mushroom as a mycelium constantly networking and noding. I think that the mushrooms are kind of cultivating us together rather than us trying to cultivate the mushrooms. So as mushrooms network, I feel it also networks people, because that was our first contact about talking about mushrooms, which led to him introducing us to the Green Crush and to Allen Park and to your whole company there.
Well, I'd like to do another show later on called Blue Mush, and it would be Blue Mush with Allen Park instead of Green Crush with Allen Park.
That's so cool.
But it could be, because I have spoken and with a few people and read many more things about how in that we have been the collective, the aware, or the aware that they are oppressed of us, have been fighting for a long time to get folks to realize that this stuff is a food, a vitamin. It does so make you feel better. It does so improve your lot. And we've been kicking at this cans for so long now that they're finally back against the wall, spastically introducing a horrendous series of legislations. So we're getting a little progress done, but it's coming out badly. But I've heard from so many people that the next front is it's just the same issue again with mushrooms, that they're so healthy for you. Now, I understand some of this. I think they're great for your brain, but walk us through, walk the typical, not to insult the typical listener, but the average person really thinks about mushrooms strictly and solely in it's either a problem because you've got dampness, or they're in a culinary sense, like a beautiful truffle or what have you, and et cetera. But what is it about mushrooms that you are saying, and I suppose you mean any kind of mushroom, but perhaps more specifically, hallucinogenic mushrooms that are so good for you?
So just not the hallucinogenic mushrooms are good for you, but there's a whole line of medicinal mushrooms that are very good for our systems. They all carry a complex sugar called polysaccharides and some other terpenes, and it's those different compounds found in the polysaccharides and the mushroom terpenes that have really, really strong beneficial effects. Everything from antibacterial to antimicrobial, antivirus effects. So they can really boost one's immune system that's been compromised, maybe from things like cancer or HIV, things like that. So a compromised immune system, when you could bring in terpenes either from hemp or from the mushrooms, they really augment or boost those immune systems, so you can function and fight off viruses and fight off bacteria. And a good example of that would be like maybe the agarikon mushroom, which is grows strictly in the western forest of Washington and such, and they have really good properties, being that they're constantly being touched by rain. They're constantly being in 100-mile-an-hour winds. They'll live for 40 years, but yet they'll never ever rot, and they'll never get sick, and they'll never die. And so those kind of mushrooms are very, very important to us. And the compounds that are being found in mushrooms just blow anything away in Western pharmacological medicine. It's like pharmacological medicine is trying to replicate these compounds in a lab or whatever, and they might get it right, but it's not the original real compound.
Sure, no.
So they're not beneficial. So mushrooms are a very big part of our program going forward.
Well, our friend Paul, unfortunately, was growing mushrooms, and that's when he got caught.
Right.
But I'm sure he has a wonderful spot in his heart for mushrooms. Why, just the other week we were well, never mind, that's another story. Anyway, that's great. So we are going to get to that eventually, because these are, once you've fooled us, in other words, the cannabis has been the battering ram, if you will. The cannabis has been, so many years, like let's say the last 50 years of people going, come on, man, like we need to access this stuff, and it's okay, and they've been saying no. So finally it's open. I don't think it's going to take as long to get to the stage with mushrooms and psilocybins and these scientific awarenesses. Like, how do they keep on saying, well, we don't really know enough about this, and that's why we know it's dangerous? I mean, they get away with this kind of illogic all the time. Illogic. Yeah, it's amazing to me. So how's business? Good? You all right?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We're not really in a big right across the country as of yet, but it's through little networks like this, getting the word out. And we continue to grow every day. we're finding more that our blends are starting to move away from just that, I guess that phytocannabinoid nutrient blend, where we've discovered other ways to kind of augment those blends. So, like for an example, we've just created an anti-diabetic blend that is good for people with type 2 diabetes. It doesn't necessarily help with type 1, but a type 2 diabetes, it does help. And it's a nice blend. It's got your phytonutrients, but more importantly, we've added things like cinnamon, which is really nice at regulating the glucose level in your blood. It helps to modulate that.
Wow.
Things like thyme, which is another great modulator, and myrrh, extract. So
sir, how do you take this in a liquid form, or what?
Yeah, this would be done in a tincture form. So it would be sublingually administered under the tongue, in a sublingual manner, and it sits there, 15, 20 seconds, and that kind of gets into your bloodstream. Then you swallow it down, and and your digestive system takes care of the rest. We always encourage people to take your tincture with a warm tea, or something warm to get the liver warmed up, as this helps release some of those phytonutrients directly more into the system. We've also come up to find that using things like turmeric in these blends are really important for anti-inflammatory properties. So we've come up with 5 different blends. Ones that include, like I said, the anti-diabetic. There's the anti-inflammatory for people that are struggling with arthritis. It helps to relieve some of those symptoms. We have another one with an anti-anxiety. Most of the people we deal with, a great majority are people who suffer from mid to severe anxiety. And this particular blend was inspired by my mother, who suffers with mid to severe anxiety. And she was like, Shane, I just started this new job, and I'm nervous in the morning, and I shake so bad that people are noticing I'm shaking, and it really bothers me. So I had to think of like, geez, how am I going to kind of calm that nervous system down? So through intensive research, we found that believe it or not, hops that you find in beer they have a great amount of myrcene, which is a terpene that is really sedative. It's also the same terpene found in a lot of indica cannabis strains. That's why it gives you that couch lock. But hops is really good at calming down the nervous system. And something else we added to it is also chamomile. Chamomile extract is also a sedative and makes you calm. Maybe a lot of people understand chamomile when they deal with chamomile teas.
Yeah. This
And
is
then the
incredible
third-
to me. Like, how many more? Like, you got lavender, all these things, ginger, probably, right? I mean, this is same old, same old. No offense, but this is all the news that we have been consistently ignoring. Oh, turmeric. Oh, honey, garlic. These things are all real. Like, we're just waking up to the fact that we put them into fantasy land, and then we started to get on our knees and pray to boxes that were coming out of factories in the 50s and 60s, and now we're just kind of waking up out of that slumber. You ever feel that?
Yeah, it's totally going on. And it's just like the First Nations been using many of these roots and these extracts for a long time to treat their properties or their anti-inflammatory properties. Most pain is caused by inflammation, and we know that by using things like black pepper, turmeric, hops,
Sure.
and other cannabinoids, they really help to treat that inflammation.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible. I encourage people to, on the one hand, I mean, on the one hand, technically speaking, I'm in trouble or risking my ability to put these shows out on YouTube and mainstream platforms anyway, just by highlighting these positive things. Now, all I ever do is talk about the positive aspects of this, and I address the negative aspects on the show in a way that I really think is fair, and I don't think that the governments and those agencies are addressing the good facts the way it ought to be fair. I mean, they've been telling us all the dangers of cannabis without sharing any of the positive information, and that's just a disingenuous approach that I think it doesn't really work anymore. Not on people that are, as they say on the show, once you're enlightened, raise your fist. I don't understand why people still take in so much of what the government has to say about these compounds when they've been fighting so hard, and they keep getting shown that they do so work. They do work. They don't want to give up any ground. Now, listen, we're going to try to bring some of your friends on here. These guys are in Calgary, right?
No, they would be down south of Calgary. They're going to be located on the Blackfeet territory just north of Cardston, Alberta, which is right on the Montana border.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that we're going to reach them. I'm pretty sure we'll reach them. I just don't know that you folks are going to hear each other. So tell us all who they are and tell us why you want me to call them, because I do want to call them, and I'm going to. But I'm just saying to you, Shane, my conversation may shift just to them only. You may not be able to hear it. You'll have to listen to the playback, unfortunately. This is only just in case this goes wrong. But who are these guys? Who am I expecting to reach on the line, and why is it important to speak with them?
Yeah, so it's important to speak with Mr. Eugene Fox, who is a Blackfeet elder. Eugene and his colleagues are elders and ex-chiefs of the Blackfeet Nation, and they would like to express some of their thoughts and concerns with their own issues. Dealing on the Blackfeet territory. Some of those issues being addiction issues. I'll start with the bad first. They have lots of addiction with opioids.
Sure.
But we're finding, some success with these phytonutrient blends to get them away from addiction. They're also going to speak to their own sovereignty and why sovereignty of the Blackfeet Nation is very important for this whole cannabis and hemp movement, because this is going to be the only other alternative other than pharma, big government, and big LPs. The indigenous First Nations people across Canada will be your only alternative for a good product that has that doesn't have problems with say like insecticides and so on and so forth that the large so that'd be Eugene Fox you're gonna call.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm gonna ding him now. Let's hope it goes through, and I'll ask you, Shane, if you can, to do you have a laptop or something with you?
I do. I'm on a laptop right now.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's possible, like I say, for you to hear them, but if you go to the link that Kim sent you ahead of the show, you'll be able to hear the show, and you'll be able to hear me talking to these guys, and it might turn out that you'll just need to stay 20 seconds, 10 seconds delayed or whatever it is, and you can talk after I let them go. But let's give them a call now and see.
Let's do it.
Can you hear the ring at all?
I can hear the ring.
Okay, well then maybe you're going to be able to hear them just fine. Let's see. Ring, ring, ring. I like that you hear it. I just don't know. Maybe the fellas thought I wasn't going to come through on them. After all this worrying about it, we've got a connection you can hear and they're not around. All right, well, maybe you can throw them out a secret text on the secret number.
Hello?
Oh, is that Eugene?
It is.
Fantastic. Well, I'm so glad to get you on the line. My name is Alan Park. I'm calling from Toronto, not bragging, just saying. And this is Green Crush. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing really, really well today. I have a bit of a sore foot, but nothing on the topic. Listen, I've got Shane on the line. Shane, can you hear Eugene all right?
I can hear Eugene just slightly.
Oh, just slightly. Okay. Well, Eugene, we can hear. Everybody can hear you. So listen, I'm honored that you're on the show. I hope you're experiencing nice weather today. You're pretty close to the U.S. border, and
oh yeah, she's hot.
She's hot, I guess. Is that down near Okotoks or something, or even further south?
Oh no, we're down by we're 120 miles south of Calgary.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And 20 minutes to the U.S. border.
All right. Well, we do have Shane on the line with us. He can barely hear you, but why don't you tell us where we're going right now? I'd love to hear your perspective with all things cannabis and why your tribe and your people are important around this issue.
Well, the bottom line is everybody knows that the Blackfeet, Native Canadians, even the U.S., all over North America, have had their own medicines, herbs, roots, you name it. We've cured just about everything. We never were ever ill, sick. We didn't have polio, tuberculosis, cancer, anything like that because we use natural herbs. Now, the important thing is that we've been suppressed for years and haven't been able to use any of this. And then within the recent, say, 20 years or so, a lot of our herbs and roots have been killed up with all the herbicides that they're farming with, continuous farming. They're not summer following and everything. So we've kind of run out of our medicines. But we still have reserves. We have roots out there we don't tell people about. They're getting scarce, but, they're in our sacred areas. So people are limited going out there. Now, being from the Blackfeet and Blackfoot Nation, the United States, the border cut us off. We have another reserve just west of us called Brockett, Begunny, and then north of us, which is east of Calgary, called the Blackfoot Siksika. There's the 4 tribes. Our territory ran from Edmonton, Fort Rosen to the Rockies west all the way down to Yellowstone.
Wow.
A little bit east and northeast up into Regina, and then back straight north and over to Edmonton. Now, we've been serving for years, and we've upheld our culture, our language, and now we have a dictionary. A lot of people have not been able to capture our language and write it. We have Alberters working on it, but it's pretty strong, and it's a hard language to learn. But now we're getting back into the sovereign. The 14 existing bands that are sovereign. We have 14 sovereign chiefs. Now we reverted back to our sovereignty. It's never left us. We've never ceded or surrendered our land. So last July, we took our sovereign 14 bands and registered them in Royal Court in The Hague, Netherlands, with a docket number. And we weren't rejected.
I'm sorry, that's this July or the one from last
July,
2017?
July 2017.
Okay.
And so the 14 bands exist. We used the Queen's bargain so that we could do things. Right now our hands are tied. We're limited. We have an Indian Act Chief and Council that are supposed to be following the Indian Act. And in most cases, there's a lot of mistrust, misuse of band funds and everything, and it goes on and on.
Yeah.
And we're not getting anywhere. Our people are dying. Our tribe here gets around $160 million a year capital funding to take care of the people. There's about 13,000 and maybe 8,000 living on the reserve. There's nothing for the people here.
Wow.
There's no housing. There's unemployment. I myself was farming 1,750 acres. In 2014, I was asked to pay some fees to an individual, under the table kind of stuff. I refused. They took my crop away that I harvested. There's 139,000 bushels of wheat. And then they told me I was farming illegally without a permit. Well, part of that Indian Act and the treaty says I can go farm. In fact, the government supplied us seed, fertilizer, and machinery back in the day. Then we went to court, and I received in provincial court, I should have been in federal court. I was told I could no longer farm because they granted a temporary injunction on me to stay off my own property that I inherited from my father, and I compensated him for some of it too, as well as been farming. I'm a 4th-generation farmer.
Wow.
So anyways, all that got all kind of out of whack, and we decided, well, let's go back to our sovereignty, the sovereign bands. They've always been there. We have an oral history. We have written history. We have everything that it takes to put us back into where we should be so we don't have to operate under the Indian Act. And that means farming hemp, wheat, growing our herbs and spices, even some tobacco. By the way, I was issued a license. I do believe I'm the first native to manufacture my own cigarettes.
Is that right?
I got out of the tobacco business because I don't smoke. My wife doesn't smoke. And I decided, I don't want to kill people. I want to help them live.
Right.
And that's why we got into the hemp, and lo and behold, I met Shane through good people that are on the same path. We're on a happy path, not a war path.
Right. That's the place to be. Let me ask you a quick question about growing, specifically about so you grow hemp, and you used to grow cannabis. You used to grow tobacco. Is that right?
Yeah, we grew tobacco for ceremonies.
Is
and
it?
then it was
Yeah.
commercialized, just like everything else. Our beef jerky, you name it, our mint tea, our chamomile, you name it.
Yeah. So you still need tobacco.
except us.
You still need tobacco as a native. It's just not, regular cigarette sort of, 150 chemicals kind of tobacco. So is the growing of the tobacco similar, the acts that you need to do, the chores, etc., similar to growing cannabis outside for you?
Well, yeah, up here in Canada, Alberta here, as they're living on a reserve, you can't grow tobacco because they're afraid you're going to be as big as Rothmans of Pall Mall and all that, and you're going to sell illegal cigarettes.
You can't
I myself, when I got into the market, it was all about money, government, AITE, taxes. And they're afraid that, even when we buy a pack of cigarettes, we show our native card, and they give us back, so much off, That doesn't mean anything, because they're still taxing us.
Yeah.
There's a hidden tax, even on the reserve, they're charging us 19% to own land.
Wow.
And then they say we're giving that money to the non-land occupant, and they don't receive it.
Yeah.
But by gosh, these guys sure have fun in Las Vegas and all these Indian national finals and you name it.
Yeah. Well, let's turn now to one of your concerns, one of the concerns that Shane rightly brought up, and this always needs to be addressed, by the way, regardless of your community or what. This always needs to be addressed. Trouble is, it always is, but improperly and not without enough depth, not without the depth required. So you're obviously concerned, Eugene. You're obviously concerned that while you're saying all these things, you obviously don't want the younger set of your own blood or anybody else for that matter to go running off with this stuff at a young age and get themselves into problems, whether it's addiction or whatever it is, trouble with the law, both, whatever. So what do you try to do?
Yeah, we have lots of that. You're right. I'm against drugs. We have a problem here. We have people dying of Oxycontin, whatever that is. And dying of alcoholism, dying of diabetes, not getting the right diet.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they're inhaling all this paint thinner, you name it. I am concerned because hemp will help us.
Yeah.
Because our children now, as young as 10, 11 years old, are already on full-blown diabetics. They're using the needle.
Jeez.
Too much sugar. It was the sudden change in our diet. We went from eating buffaloes, mixed berries, roots, herbs, wild turnips. And all of a sudden, all the sugar hits us, and then alcohol, now drugs. In residential school, where they were giving us medicine, we don't even know what we were taking.
Yeah.
It all adds up that everything now that the kids on this reserve have been taking internally is killing us.
Yeah.
The sugar, there's people dying of, well, believe it or not, even cirrhosis at a very young age.
Yeah.
The alcoholics here on the reserve, there's plenty of them.
When this kind of wrong direction has taken place, I hate listening. Okay, you're not supposed to hate, right? But I do hate hearing, every time I hear it, I just want to tear a strip off of something. When I hear the phrase, what about the children in cannabis? What we don't want them getting in trouble. What about the children? We have a little sting on the show that I put out there a while ago because it so drives me crazy. Here it is. What about the children? Oh, it's so easy to ignore them.
Please think of the children.
But this is all hysteria and hyperbole because you're telling me the same thing I hate to know and hear. Sugar is in everything. I mean, you guys got saddled with it, but we've been saddled with it too. They started putting it in every single thing. It's even in salt if you buy a box of salt. Like, you can't tell me you care about the children when you're and that's why we're not having cannabis access and medicines, when you're putting it into you're putting it into savory snack treats, salty snacks. It's in salty snacks. It's in sweet snacks. It's in so many things where they lowered the fat count. This is a total fiction. These people are lying to us. So you need to understand that stuff. And guys like you that are dealing with this on a daily level and have dealt with it historically, I mean, I'm only coming to realize how many lies folks have been dealing with over the time, because I'm white and I've been lied to also.
Sure.
You know, so how do you now choose to understand, on the one hand, this cannabis is a great thing, but on the other hand, we don't want kids and younger people getting mixed up with it in the wrong way? Because it's the same way you don't want them to get mixed up with a window or a chainsaw or something else where you could, if you don't use it properly, hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, you know, when you think about it, I said, you can go out and buy a bag of pot and get high and all of a sudden go steal a car, you know, or you can do that drinking beer. People use stuff.
Yeah.
They use it carefully, but then you start coming up with all this research where this cannabis is helping people. I've seen my grandfather die of cancer, and he would have lived longer if he would have changed his diet. But instead of giving him all these pills that just ate his stomach out. And yet he had stomach of the cancer.
Wow.
You know, through the stomach and but you know what? Who gives a shit? The pharmaceutical people are making millions. The doctors, you know, they're prescribing all these T3s to my people, and then they turn up the nerve to say, look at those damn junks and drug addicts on the street around just outside my clinic. One guy comes up to me and says, I didn't want these T3s. The doctor just prescribed me 40 of them. I don't even have any aches and pains.
Wow.
I have an infection in my foot. I stepped on a nail.
Yeah.
You know, this is the kind of stuff, you know, it's the way people understand it.
Well, do you bring it in?
Them.
Do you bring it in as a tool? I mean, listen, let's go way back.
Sure, we're going to use that as a tool. They used it as a tool years ago, and then they braided ropes and used the hemp for many other things. We're not savages, you know.
Right.
Nobody in this world is uncivilized. Everybody knows that you can use hemp for many things.
Right, so that's what you're teaching them, right?
To use it. You know why? Takes money out of their pockets.
Yeah.
They like to control everything, just like Monsanto.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you know about Monsanto? Tell us about
I know that they've developed a different strain of wheat that resists all kinds of herbicides, and they got herbicides that work with other herbicides. That they developed canola where Roundup won't even kill it.
Yeah.
But then you can't use that seed to reseed your field, or you get sued. You know, they've got first right of refusal on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about them. They're chemical engineers that are killing the land.
All right. Well, let's turn to let's see if Shane is still there. I don't even know if I can still hear Shane. Shane, are you there?
I am.
Oh, fantastic. Say hi to Eugene. You've been listening to him the whole time, I hope.
Yeah, I have been. I'm listening to the live feed of my phone.
Hi, Shane.
So it's all good. Yeah, how you doing there, Eugene? I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, there's probably a delay.
Okay.
That's okay. Tell us about, you're going to get a new name. Is that right?
Yeah, they're going to give me a new name. I'm kind of excited, looking forward to it. And that's I think it's a kind of an exciting thing to be. I in a sense, in my own society, I've always kind of felt like an outcast refugee, as weird as that sounds. So I feel like I'm, if I get a name, maybe it's a new home for me.
I'm looking forward to it. That'll be interesting. There'll be a whole. I'm sure there's a ceremony, and somebody wiser than us will know the best name to call you.
Absolutely, for sure.
So I hope I can get a hold of you later on Skype after that happens. When you change things, you'll have to get a hold of us if you're not using your same moniker anymore. So how do you know these guys? How did you originally meet the fellas?
I had an opportunity to go to all these 420 events, on April 20th there. And it was around April 18th. I had many invites all across the country. I could have went to all of them, and I just didn't feel right going to them for whatever reason. I declined them all. And a friend of mine, Chris, called me from northern Alberta, and he said, "Hey, you know, I'm going to be headed down to the Blackfeet Nation, and they're curious to know more about hemp products, and we're bringing all these people on that, you know, develop hemp products." And you know, there was people there with shirts, and there was one woman there who built 40 houses out of hempcrete. So there was, she was a good engineer. So they said, you know, bring your phytonutrient blends with you, and let's go down and show them that. And you know, I was the last one to present, and I presented them first with terpenes, and no one at the table understood what terpenes even were.
Yeah.
And they were hemp derived terpenes. So I let them smell them, and you know, terpenes are very pungent, very strong, very powerful medicine. And then, you know, I started telling them that, you know, like hemp terpenes are really going to change Western medicine for the better, and that it's the, you know, and then that's all good. Oh, okay.
This isn't. There we go. I don't know why you could still hear me when I was off the air.
I can hear you. Hear you fine.
Anyway, yeah.
So
Okay.
I had, you know, shared with them, you know, some of the phytonutrients and some of the terpenes, and talked to it as a food, and talked to it as you know, as a way to get away from, you know, a way to start getting away from symptoms of diabetes, a way to get away from symptoms of you know, arthritis, a way to get rid of some of these gastrointestinal problems,
Yeah.
and a way to I tried to explain to Eugene, and he got it. I said, you know, we've got many problems here, you know, on this territory, and we just like we have many problems in Canada. And I said, if we can get the body right, you know, start to heal the body, then we can start to heal the mind or the psyche. And once we got the mind and the psyche right, then we can, you know, hear the spirit. And once we have those three things working for us, there's nothing we can't accomplish. And they really understood that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, and then maybe I know there's a bit of a delay there for Eugene to be able to respond, but that's okay. Listen, here's a question that I feel that I need to ask you right now, and you know, Eugene was talking about how a lot of the younger natives they fall by the wayside and they wind up huffing gasoline and all these terrible things, right? A lot of this. Kind of thing that can manifest in people, in biological units, regardless of their ethnic stripe, biological human beings. If they suffer from alcohol fetal syndrome, this is usually a problem later on. This is not debatable. In meth, you could have a pregnant mother who's all hopped up on meth. Chances are good that baby is going to have some problems, and so on and so forth. If you're drinking a lot while you're pregnant, during your pregnancy, and towards the end, drinking alcohol, it's gonna be problematic somehow for the baby, right? Maybe some babies worse than others, but still, not a good idea. Conversely, don't you think it would be a great idea if all of these lactating pregnant mothers or women about to get pregnant were just powering into themselves a delicious round table of all kinds of things, cannabis, from like ingesting it into their bodies in the same way that ingesting too much alcohol is going to screw you up. Maybe ingesting and drinking and juicing and you know, every means that you can find to get it into your system. If that stuff is, if the CBD 1s and 2s are swimming around inside your breast milk, and while the baby is forming in vitro, I mean, we don't even have an experiment of this. We already know how it is, kind of thing, with a normal kid being raised without those triggers. We know what it's like with an alcohol fetal syndrome or a drug fetal syndrome. We don't know that, to my knowledge anyway. What is it like with a mother who has been, you know, healthily taking in the juice, the water, and the pastes and everything you could do about it? This would be a fascinating way to go and learn about it. Get it into the system before the kid is even finished, you know, sucking from the breast.
No, I agree with that wholeheartly. And I think that's the way it was up until, like, you know, to a point in history where this all got, you know, swept under the rug. I do know from reading and doing research into livestock that were feeding on feral hemp in the U.S., that meat was some of the best quality meat ever produced.
I bet it was.
And it had very, very good health effects for the people consuming it.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, these criminals, right? These guys have done unspeakable, incalculable, unmeasurable amounts of horror against the native people. I mean, you don't have to be a genius or very well read to know this. All you would really need to do is take a glancing spin through anything written about Wounded Knee. I suggest taking it all in, but really, it's horrible. So this stuff has been going on forever. They've also been marginalizing folks such as yourself as the minority they stole from. But I mean, I really copped to an innocent here. I'm a white guy. I was dragged along by these guys, you know. I understand this is all lies and fiction, and they've also been keeping these facts away from us. They don't want an empowered populace who are completely aware of these facts, that are not reliant upon their medicine system very much. As you said at the beginning of this thing, I mean, these guys never got sick. They were taking everything in they were supposed to take in before medicine shows up, and then hilariously calls everything else alternative medicine. I just don't understand why people don't understand that. I mean, you know, anyway, to the point I'm trying to say is this. Having Eugene on, getting these points across, yourself, Shane, getting these points across, this isn't really a ton of research that needs to be done. This is just an uncovering and an access to the research that's already been done.
Exactly. You're exactly right.
I can't even tolerate more people they say this thing, it drive you nuts. You ever hear this, Eugene? They say, well, we don't know that stuff's healthy. And then you say, well, no, it's good for this and that. I've tried it on some things. They go, well, there's not enough research. And you go, well, that's because it's illegal. And they go, well, that's because it's dangerous. And then you say, well, how do they know that if they don't have enough research? And around you go, right? Like, it's just stupid.
Exactly.
Right. So,
yeah. Well, I'd like to, I'd sure like to, I don't figure I'm done with my traveling days yet. And I'd sure like to, I've got all kinds of reasons to head out west. And I sure hope I can get out to see some of you fellas and what you're doing. Tell us again, you know, what the name of your product is, what do you expect to do, and how you're going to be part of the new economy of all of this cannabis world.
Okay, so those are good questions. So our company, once again, is Blackfeet Health Products. We're registered on the Blackfeet territory. Some of those products include a full tincture line, which is a medicine you put sublingually under your tongue through a dropper mechanism. There's 5 different blends of products there just in the sublingual line. And those are blends that are, you know, people that are just looking to maintain. And then there's blends that are for people that have, you know, serious ailments. So we have a blend that's for anti-diabetic. We have another blend that's for anti-anxiety. There's an anti-inflammation. There's a gastrointestinal blend, and then just our original blend that is just for, you know, basically maintenance and to help people maintain their healthy lifestyle. So they all go up in volume of strength and milligrams. So, you know, from very you know, right down to the low level of power, right up to really high power phytonutrients. So, and those work great. We've got topicals. Topical creams that are made from various mushrooms that have really good antivirus and antibacterial effects. Great for like things with help with pneumonia, things that are virus borne, things like hand and foot and mouth disease, which is a big deal here in Alberta. I don't know why. Yeah. So those are made with like Garicon mushrooms and some other mushrooms that we use in a blend. We also are going into helping people with their addictions. You know, from opioids, cigarettes, or alcoholism. So we found that using a phytonutrient blend administered 3 times a day while vaping CBD oil helps, you know, sequester the brain into tricking it's got its fix of either opioids or nicotine or alcohol, and it's a way to beat the demon, if you will. So as you keep the brain sequestered and the body sequestered, and keeps releasing anandamide. That's what's going on here. Is the anandamide is being released into the brain, tricks the brain into thinking it's got its fix, and that's a good way to deal with all those addictions. I've seen firsthand people that have been smoked cigarettes that took the program serious. Within 8 to 9 weeks, they've completely nicotine free.
And let's also remember that it's not only, I mean, I don't know what those folks were smoking, nicotine, but, stuff that grows in the ground, commercial stuff is different from the stuff that grows in the ground. Okay, I've smoked and occasionally do smoke sacramental tobacco that doesn't have all these other chemicals in it. So when you're addicted to cigarettes, it's not only tobacco that you're addicted to, probably.
No.
You've got some other addiction to some other bizarre combination of the, I think it's over 151 chemicals, depending on the brand name of whatever it is you're taking in. So you're already behind the 8 ball. But I'm going to put this out here, and I'd like to hear from Eugene on this before we go in a couple of minutes. And you're still there, Eugene?
I am. You bet.
Okay. So these chemicals, all right, this particular substance, the substances in cannabis that they tell us when we use it, it's a crutch, you're being lazy, this is a bad thing. Somehow they don't have that problem when you're taking a regular pharma painkiller because you got pain. They'll say, oh, that's good, you're taking your medicine. Folks that are really lost, let's say, or heading towards addiction, and I know we have a great struggle with that in your community in general with a lot of the younger kids. I really think and I really believe that this whole notion that we have been listening to, like a repeated program of brainwashing forever, about how you don't really use all of your brain. You only use 10% of your brain. And I think that that's probably not true at all. I think we're using our brain all the time, just like I'm using all of my gallbladder right now. I'm currently using all of my lungs at the moment, whether I'm in a full inhale or exhale. And I think that the brain has been a real punching bag, if you don't mind, for what can and can't go into it. And I know they've been lying about so many things, and now it's been shown that this stuff can actually be positive for the brain. I really wonder if there's any way or any stories or any kind of insight you have into saying, look, I know a lot of kids get messed up by covering up all the shit of the world and falling into addiction, but if you just find some people, and I know some people that have done this, to go the other way and turn it around so that they know so much that they don't feel trapped and needing to fall into that addiction. Is any of that worth anything to you?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I really think that people can have little switches flipped on and off inside them. And when you've been repeatedly told things that aren't true by people you repeatedly believe have authority over you, and then later you find out they're not true, those are usually not the only things they're lying about. There's a few other things kicking around. But I hope you can find a way to get that message across, and that folks coming to get your product are getting it for help and not for other than getting off of addictions. I hope they're not getting it for the wrong reason. And we do have to be vigilant. This is not a toy, but it's not something that should be locked away forever. I mean, that's for sure.
Exactly.
So I'm going to leave you guys to your day, and thank you very much for coming on the show. It's been a bit of a rough start getting you both on at the same time, but I'm really glad we did. I'm glad we held out. Last week we were going to go without Eugene, and that would have been a mistake. So, thanks for listening, guys. And if you've been listening to the show, we will be sending out very shortly the new prize pack. Shane.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you want to add?
I guess maybe we need to do a follow up here, and we can officially launch this as September gets a little closer. And maybe we could bring some other guests on that can speak firsthand to their own testimonials of these phytonutrient blends, and maybe that's something we could do in the future. But I'm really happy that Eugene got to tell his story of Blackfeet Nation, to this platform, and I'm really excited to see how maybe Green Crush turns into Blue Mush.
Hey, well. You never know. I mean, we do have some ideas. I don't know if it's going to be a whole show or just an adjunct to this one, but it's definitely part of the picture, and we do want to bring it. So I want to thank again Eugene Fox for coming on the air. Shane, well, for now, is Shane Pollock, right?
Pulak,
Pollock?
yep.
Yeah, but you're going to have a different name later on, so I'm not going to get too stuck on that. But thanks very much for listening.
Right on. Thanks
All
for having
right,
us.
thank you, Alan.
Take care. Have a good one.
Take care.
Green
You
Crush, 121.49 out.
Right on. Bye.
Video duty here. I've got the camera on MJ for this broadcast, but she also wants her own video, so I've got this video right here. Look, there's her on my camera. Then we got to figure out how we're going to video this while I'm taking a photo of us with Tommy. I don't know how we're going to do all this. I know how we're going to do it, because we're the newbie and the doobie. That's how we're going to do it.
You figure it out.
Here we go.
She's also
please.
she's also our new high guy.
Promo.
So yeah.
They just jumped the line.
Uh-oh. See a winner?
That's what we did earlier to get in the building.
He's a
at the back of the line, and we're like, we're the newbie and the doobie, and next thing you know, here we are. We got no badge.
Okay.
That's the way we roll. All right, here she goes. It's exciting.
You know what? That's what you looked like the first time we met. It was about 3 a.m., February 2nd, 2018. You performed at Casino Rama up in Aurelia. It was just after Shelby's birthday in Ontario. 2018. Yes. And it was Shelby's birthday the day before. We had an interview where I gave you a present, you and Teach. You asked me a very important question, and I still brag about it. You asked me, do you suck or blow? And my response was, well, you got to suck before you blow. I'm glad it hits just as hard the second time around. With that, I'd like to present the newest version of the Shatterizer. It's called the Bubbler. So this is a Canadian company. They absolutely adore you, as I do as well. And we also have one for your son, because I know how hard he works to help keep you going. And there's the info on it.
And I just want to say, I seen a movie the other day that I had never seen before that you did with your family. Far Out Man. Yeah. That fucking movie is so hilarious, and I love that you pulled the family in. It's great. I love it.
It got stuck away.
You know what? I found it on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm definitely telling everyone.
Yeah.
So this is my partner. When I first met him, he didn't know anybody that consumed cannabis at all. I told him bullshit. No, he doesn't do either. That's my job. But now we do a cannabis podcast together and we educate other people. And actually, one of the first cinema reviews he did was on Evil Bong.
Oh.
Yeah. I've watched all of your stuff. My dad had me watch even the Corsican Brothers, which is, I will say it's not my favorite, but it's still good. It's still good. No, and it's definitely no, what is that, up in smoke? Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. All right.
Mary Jane
Baker. I'm the doobie. That's the newbie. We have a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie. Newbie and the doobie. Because he's a newbie.
I'm in it.
And I'm the doobie. All right. Do you want to get a selfie?
Yeah. Can we get a picture with you?
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you.
Newbie or doobie?
I'm the newbie.
Yeah, he's the newbie. All right. Do you want to flip it selfie-wise?
Yeah, I'm going to flip this.
Too many technology here, Tommy. Too much technology. Here, I'm going to set you down. Do you mind? Can I sneak over here? I'm really tiny. I promise I won't. Okay. We do this thing called the newbie and the doobie sandwich, and you're the meat. Okay? All right.
You mean head?
No, definitely not.
We've lost your video, by the way, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I'll move back in there.
Yay! Newbie and
doobie.
Please tell Paris I said hello. I know he's keep you're busy. And this is our card here. That's us. Can you tell we like to have fun? It was so nice to meet you, Tommy, again. Oh, you're fine. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I've seen it. Thank you so much for your time. You've always been awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Those are for him. Yeah. Thank you so much. One's for Paris, though.
Okay.
All right. Let him know.
There they go.
Oh my God, I'm
got the Shatterizer in them.
Listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelics and cannabis educational news source. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing?
Good morning now. I'm doing great. A little warm, but other than that, I'm great.
Hey, by the looks of it, you got a fan blowing on you, buddy.
I got a fan. There's an air conditioner, but it's not keeping up.
Now, why is that?
Well, it's probably about 35 degrees right now. The low last night was 28 or something like that. So it didn't go down enough to, open the windows or anything. We have two huge air conditioners. They're not keeping up in this old 120-year-old house.
Wow, eh? Yeah. Well, keep fingers crossed you
And
don't
hence
melt.
my beautiful dress I'm wearing, beautiful shirt I'm wearing this morning.
I see that. Yes, yeah. Well, hey, at least you got a motorcycle. You can go out and go for a ride and have a big breeze.
I tried that yesterday. I was still sweating it. It reached up to 120 in downtown Fredericton yesterday, according to my bike's temperature gauge.
Temperature on your bike. Wow.
Yeah.
So the vehicle behind you have to put the wipers on because the sweat was rolling off you?
I could imagine. I was riding with this, and I never ride with like a tank top or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. I know what you mean, man. Bugs can hurt too.
Bugs hurt, and skidding down the road with a tank top hurts a lot.
Sure does. Oh yeah. There's no doubt about that. Road burn. All righty. From road burn to cannabis news stories. Here we go. First one up of the day. This one comes to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says UK MS patients report quality of life improvements following cannabis therapy.
Multiple sclerosis is a serious health condition that impacts the lives of many suffering patients around the globe. It is established that it has as many as 2.8 million people suffer from MS worldwide, and that a person is diagnosed somewhere on the planet with the health condition every 5 minutes. MS is a progressive disease involving damage to the sheaths of nerve cells and the brain and spinal cord. Symptoms can include, but are not limited to, numbness, impaired speech, impaired muscular coordination, blurred vision, and severe fatigue.
Studies and personal experiences around the world have found that cannabis may be a helpful form of treatment for MS, and a growing list of patients have reported that cannabis helps them effectively and safely treat their condition. Now, according to a recent study in the UK, MS patients reported improvements in their quality of life after completing cannabis therapies.
United Kingdom, London, multiple sclerosis patients report improvements in their health-related quality of life following the use of medical cannabis preparations, according to the observational data published in the journal Multiple Sclerosis and Related Disorders. British researchers assessed the use of cannabis-based medical products consisting of either flower or oil extracts on 141 MS patients enrolled in the UK Medical Cannabis Registry. Since 2018, British specialists have been permitted to prescribe cannabis-based medical products to patients unresponsive to conventional medications. And researchers assessed changes in patient-reported outcomes measures at 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months.
Patients reported sustained improvements in their physical and mental health following cannabis therapy. They reported very few serious adverse health effects during treatment. Now, according to the authors of the study, they say that this case series demonstrates a potential association between the initiation of CBMPs and improved patient-reported outcomes in sleep, anxiety, and general health-related quality of life measures over 6 months. Additional measures for the health-related quality of life included various physical and mental health subdomains also exhibited improvements up to 6 months when compared to baseline.
A prescription cannabis spray, which is nabiximols, aka Sativex, consisted of specific ratios of THC and CBD, is currently available in several countries, including Canada, France, Germany, Spain, and the United Kingdom. The drug is not approved in the United States for treatment of any condition.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. I know of somebody who has tried that Sativex spray when it first came out, and she had MS. But yeah, she preferred the real plant versus the spray. But it doesn't mean that just because she didn't like it doesn't mean that it's not going to work for other people.
And I'd like to say one thing: the drug's not approved in the United States because it's on Schedule 1. That will change, and hopefully it changes this part of it.
Yeah, and changes sooner than later when it comes to that reclassification. Which needs to go further, by the way, but that's a whole different story. And talking about stories, here we go. Next one is up from the Green Market Report. Headline there says that Mind Bloom publishes the results of largest ketamine study to date.
Privately owned psychedelic therapy company Mind Bloom announced the positive findings of the latest peer-reviewed study regarding ketamine therapy and psychedelic medicine. The study, published in the Journal of Affective Disorders, was authored by psychiatrists and researchers from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, the Institute for Psycholinguistics and Digital Health, and Mind Bloom.
The study was notable for its size, which included 11,441 Mind Bloom clients, making it the most comprehensive examination of ketamine therapy to date. The study also was also unique in that patients used ketamine as an at-home program versus going to a ketamine clinic. By offering an at-home program, the patients were able to overcome provider availability, and the costs were reasonable. The program also included one-on-one coaching and therapeutic content.
Millions of Americans are suffering from mental illness and haven't been helped by traditional treatments, said the co-author and Mind Bloom medical director, Dr. Leonardo Vando. The study confirms that at-home ketamine therapy can be an effective and fast-acting treatment for depression and anxiety, and shows why psychedelic therapy is going to be the first-line treatment in the next few years. And the positive results included
62% of clients reported clinically significant improvements in depression or anxiety, with 28% achieving remission. Significant symptom improvements after only 4 sessions, as reported by patients.
And less than 5% of clients reported adverse effects. 84% of clients who experienced significant improvements in an initial round of treatment maintained improvements or recovered in a second round. People have questioned whether ketamine therapy could be delivered safely and effectively at home through telehealth. This study answers that question with an emphatic yes, says Dylan Bainon, who's Mind Bloom's founder and CEO.
In addition to the positive study results, Mind Bloom also announced the launch of a ketamine therapy program designed for people recovering from PTSD. Mind Bloom's new program examines ketamine therapy protocols and combines them with content from trauma expert Sherry Botwin, a licensed clinical social worker. She has counseled survivors in recovery from all types of traumas in private practice for more than 28 years.
And Mind Bloom portion of the program includes a one-on-one coaching with company guides and access to group circles. Botwin provides audio, video, and written content for the program. In addition, the 6 therapy sessions offered focus on specific issues such as conquering guilt using Botwin's guidance. This program is designed for people who have experienced traumatic events in various kinds, and just like me, are hoping to live full, safe, and happy lives, Botwin said. While no one walks away from the trauma feeling the exact same thing, my hope is to share insights, tools, and practices that cover the broad spectrum of unimaginable and horrific life experiences to help survivors heal.
There you go. You know, it's always good. They always say we need studies, we need studies, we need studies. You know, that's basically the first half of this program is studies.
And that one is peer reviewed. So I know Mind Bloom was involved with it, and they're one of the businesses, but
Yeah.
it is peer reviewed, so it is a good study.
Yeah, correct. All right. Talking about studies, just happens that our next story, again, another study. And this one comes to us from the International Cannabis place. They say that the study finds no link between cannabis use and sedentary behavior. And there you go. International Cannabis Business Conference.
The false lazy stoner stereotype is as old as cannabis prohibition itself. For decades, cannabis consumers were portrayed as in mainstream media, film, and on television as lazy burnouts who lack drive and motivation. Of course, that stereotype could not be further from the truth. Many professional athletes consume cannabis, and they are some of the fittest humans to ever exist. Titans of the business world consume cannabis, and many other types of successful members of society also consume cannabis. The use of cannabis does not automatically equate to a reduction in motivation.
Correct. A team of researchers in Canada recently conducted a study examining cannabis use and the prevalence of sedentary behavior. They say that the researchers assessed physical activity in a cohort of 4,666 U.S. adults ages between 18 and 59 years of age. Subjects wore a portable accelerator meter that tracked participants' daily activity levels. Researchers collected data for a minimum of 4 days.
Investigators reported that cannabis consumers were slightly more likely than non-users to engage in light physical activity. Researchers reported no differences between the two groups with respect to median daily sedentary time spent engaging in vigorous physical exercise, or sleeping. Recent cannabis use in young to midlife adults was not associated with accelerometer measured sedentary, or MVPA, which is moderate to vigorous physical activity time. But it was associated with a marginal increase in LPA, light physical activity time, the study's authors concluded. Our findings provide evidence against existing concerns that cannabis use independently promotes sedentary behavior and decreases physical activity.
This study provides useful insight into the association between cannabis use and physical activity, which may help inform clinicians and prescribers with patient counseling, patients and their lifestyle choices, as well as policymakers around public health resource allocations, is what the report goes on to say. The findings are consistent with those of several prior studies challenging the stereotype that cannabis users are less active than their non-using counterparts. Among those aged 60 and older, cannabis use has been associated with increased exercise frequency.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I know there's a lot of times I want to go, I smoke a joint or whatever I'm doing, and I'm going for a walk, I'm going to the beach, I'm going to do something.
Exactly. You know, you're not sitting there, you know, all day long, flaked out on the couch just puffing joints.
That's what I do when I'm lazy. Sometimes I get lazy. Most of the time I don't.
And there's nothing wrong with being lazy. Like, they promote it on TV in commercials, you know, when they're promoting their furniture. But yeah, it's
lazy boy.
Yeah, but there's nothing. It's that stereotype.
It is.
Everybody just thinks, you know, the media, movies, so on and so forth, that contributed to that. You know, and that some of that does make it hard for patients and patient advocates when they're dealing with just regular people up to government officials. They all have that.
I've heard it many times, you know, said in different ways.
Yeah, exactly. All right. It's good to have a report that shows otherwise, so you can flash that in people's faces. Okay, on to the next study, or an upcoming one. This one comes from KQED, and they say that the UC Berkeley launches landmark study. How exactly do magic mushrooms alter the brain?
Amid mounting efforts to legalize psychedelic drugs, UC Berkeley researchers will use neuroimaging to observe how psilocybin alters the brain, the university's first human study involving a Schedule I substance. While previous research has predominantly focused on the drug's influence on clinical symptoms in human behavior, this study aims to uncover how the brain constructs reality under the influence of psilocybin, the psychoactive compound in magic mushrooms.
Healthy participants will ingest psilocybin and then perform simple perceptual tasks while activity in the part of the brain that processes visual information is recorded using functional magnetic response imaging, or fMRI. They say that we have this incredible opportunity to characterize the psychedelic experience in real time while it's happening using modern neuroimaging methods, says Michael Silver, who is the director of the UC Berkeley Center of Science in Psychedelics. They say in the report that understanding the actions of psychedelics at a neuroscientific level will generate insights into how they're working as medicines and will hopefully help us develop more effective treatments for mental health disorders.
And a growing body of research suggests psilocybin, when administered in controlled conditions with supportive therapy, is a promising treatment for psychiatric disorders, such as addiction and anxiety. Individuals suffering from long-term debilitating depression have reported significant relief after a single session with psychedelic-assisted therapy. Still, several recent attempts to reintroduce banned drugs into medical practice have hit roadblocks. Earlier this year, SB 1012, a bill championed by Senator Scott Wiener, who's a Democrat from San Francisco, to legalize psychedelic-assisted therapy, failed to advance to a full Senate vote. The Senate analysis indicated unknown significant ongoing costs, likely ranging in the low millions of dollars, a daunting prospect given the state's projected $56 billion budget deficit. Wow.
Yeah. Last year, Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed a bill to decriminalize the possession and personal use of the medicine, citing the need for more rigorous guidelines to ensure safe use. Similarly, this spring, Federal Health Advisory decisively rejected MDMA-aided therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder in a 10-1 vote, citing flawed study data, questionable research practices, and significant risks, including potential heart complications.
Despite
go ahead.
Despite these setbacks, advocates remain undeterred, pushing for more targeted initiatives. State Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones, who's a Republican from San Diego, and Senator Josh Becker, a Democrat from Menlo Park, have introduced legislation for a 3-year psychedelic therapy pilot program in San Francisco, Santa Cruz, and San Diego counties, focusing on veterans and first responders. To be clear, I'm not calling for the widespread legalization of psychedelic drugs. Rather, I'm championing a targeted medical treatment aimed specifically at aiding veterans and first responders in their recovery, Jones said in a statement.
Psilocybin, belonging to the same class of psychedelics as LSD and mescaline, activates serotonin receptors, particularly in the prefrontal cortex. Its effects can include euphoria and hallucination, spiritual experiences, panic, and feelings of detachment. Now, according to Sean Noah, who's at UC Berkeley's postdoctoral, he's a postdoctoral researcher. He says psychedelics have always seemed like an interesting extreme case of how the brain can create really fantastical and amazing visual representations. I think there's a lot of unexplored potential in using psychedelics as tools to understand how the brain constructs our visual representation of the world and how the brain is related to consciousness in general.
As researchers in the UC Berkeley study enroll volunteers and begin screening participants, they hope their efforts will solidify the scientific credibility of psilocybin. A recent policy setback indicates legislators are not convinced by current evidence, but further clinical trials can help pave the way for more informed policy decisions as advocates continue to push for legalization. The knowledge we gain from this foundational research will be essential for harnessing the therapeutic potential of psychedelics and improving mental health outcomes for countless individuals in need, Silver, the study's lead investigator, said in an email.
You know, learning how they do these things, how it affects the brain and changes things, as they talk about rewiring and reconnecting. Yeah, I think it's important to know all that stuff and to know how it works.
Definitely. More study is better.
Yeah, exactly. All right, break time. Time for us to let everybody know who makes our voices louder. Other than that, we will see you in about 2.5 minutes. See you shortly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room. where you can get Coke by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News.
I like the new commercial for Campbellford Lifestyle Shop.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I never saw inside the store before.
Oh, haven't you? Oh,
No.
well, I can tell you that they have done some renovations, and they got some rooms added, and the goal is to add to their business by adding a tattoo artist. So you can go in and get your supplies, your cannabis supplies. You can't get any cannabis, but you could get your pipes and bongs and papers and cleaners and so on and so forth. And then while you're there, you can get some piercing done, and as well, maybe shortly down the road, you'll be able to get a tattoo. Oh, what's your lifestyle things, right?
Yep. Maybe I'll go there.
Yeah, there you go. I don't have I don't have a tattoo that I can show you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm really susceptible to infections.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I just rather be sometimes on the safe side of things.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So, and nothing against tattoos. I know people have had great success having them, and I know some people who have had some problems, some infections. So, because of the medication I'm on, I just rather be safe than sorry, right? So
makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense.
All righty, here we go. First story of the second half of the program. This comes to us from MJ Biz Daily. Headline says, cannabis vape tech maker accused of illegal monopoly tactics.
Illegal monopoly tactics and abusive litigation are how a Chinese company became the world's largest maker of vaporizer devices in the cannabis industry, according to federal court filings. In a counterclaim filed June 14th in federal court in California, Seattle-based cannabis vape maker Next Level Ventures claims Szechuan S'more Technology Co. has been waging a years-long battle to unlawfully restrain competition in the closed cannabis vaporizer market based on false patent claims.
I thought they wanted everything legal to get rid of people like this.
Yeah.
S'more, which markets vape devices under its CCell brand, has not yet responded to the claim, according to court records. The saga began in 2021 when S'more filed a complaint with the U.S. International Trade Commission, accusing 38 U.S.-based companies that it marketed vaporizer devices to including Next Level, of violating trade law by importing products that infringed on its patents.
And S'more holds at least 5 patents issued by the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that the Chinese company claims grants its intellectual property rights over the basic elements of most vaporizer devices, a mouthpiece that attaches to a liquid reservoir, an atomizer, which in turn connect to a battery. Most companies named in that complaint settled or went out of business, according to Next Level's counterclaim. However, an administrative law judge ruled against Smoore last week.
All righty, there you go. The that could go under I guess, would that be vaping as in cannabis vaping? That could also be included as tobacco vaping.
These ones here, these guys are the largest one in the cannabis industry.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Would it cover both ends of things? So
I'm sure it does, because it would be the same patent.
Well, yeah, and liquid, vape pens, they have stuff inside them. Right?
Yeah,
a liquid.
And the way it is, you just showed the mouthpiece, the reservoir.
Yeah,
it's all covered under their patent, supposedly.
Oh yeah, like I got a pile of them here. I got some hash oil ones from Legacy 420. I got a little cup here.
I'm curious how many of them are made by this next level company, and I'm sure you wouldn't be able to find out right away. But
no, there's nothing. There's nothing indicated on the cartridge. There's barely even room for a sticker, and that's about it on them. So, alrighty, let's get the next story lined up, and we'll get at her. And this one is coming to us from the Toronto Star. Headline on it says, "For years, crumbs of cannabis impacted a Maryland man's life. Now he sees a clear future."
For years, a few crumbs of cannabis played an outsized role in shaping Shiloh Jordan's life. With the stroke of a pen by Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Jordan looks forward to that being in the past for him, as well as tens of thousands of other Marylanders who have been pardoned for misdemeanor cannabis convictions.
Yeah, he says, "I just feel like this is a big opportunity for people, to not let struggles get in their way." And this has all got to happen to do with the day that he got to watch the governor sign an executive order for the sweeping pardonings of more than 175,000 convictions.
Jordan was in his early 20s when he was pulled over in Howard County, Maryland, for not wearing a seatbelt on his way home from work as a custodian at a nursing home. The officer said she smelled cannabis, and using a piece of tape, she found cannabis crumbs on the floor of the vehicle, Jordan said. She was just like, "Yep, you're going to jail." Jordan recalled of the incident from about a dozen years ago. "I'm like, what? Are you serious?"
And Jordan said, "But that was the law back then. She took me to jail and locked me up." He said he didn't think much of the minor charge until his second day at a new job, when he was let go because a background check had uncovered his misdemeanor conviction. It was disheartening, and it made him think about the Madrid challenges facing young people growing up in poverty, all the things that so often stand in the way of letting them staying on the straight and narrow, Jordan says. He says that, "I felt defeated. I was just trying to, do the right thing."
He ended up participating in a job readiness program and later going back to school and playing football in college. He now works as an outreach coordinator at the Center for Urban Families in Baltimore, a nonprofit focused on helping families pull themselves out of poverty. The governor's actions this week come after President Joe Biden's administration announced earlier this year that it will take a historic step towards easing federal restrictions on cannabis, reclassifying the drug.
Yeah. At the time, he had asked, he pardoned all the federal charges, and he asked the states to do likewise. So it's good to see that Maryland has followed up on that. Yeah. Recreational cannabis was legalized in Maryland in 2023 after voters approved a constitutional amendment in 2022 with 67% of the vote. Maryland decriminalized possession of personal use of cannabis on January the 1st, 2023, and now 24 states and the District of Columbia have legalized it. And according to Moore, he says that this is about changing how both government and society view those who have been walled off for opportunity because of broken and uneven policies.
Yeah, And advocates praised the move both for its symbolic significance and for its potential to help remove barriers to housing, employment, and other. Imagine that. You couldn't rent a frickin' house because you were convicted of cannabis possession.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah.
gargantuan step forward in recognizing the harms of the war on drugs, the racist war on drugs, said Simil Tivedi, who's the chief legal and advocacy director for Maryland Legal Aid. It also meaningfully a recognition of what passed and a way to move forward.
The governor's pardon absolves an individual from guilt of a criminal offense, but it's not an expungement that destroys the record of offense. The Maryland judiciary will instead make a note that the offense has been pardoned, leaving it to remain on the record. People who have been pardoned can seek expungement in court.
Jordan, I think they should automatically pardon them. Automatically.
Yeah, the expungement should be included in that part. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Jordan says he's unfamiliar with the expungement process, but plans to look into it.
On Mondays, hours after Moore signed an executive order granting the pardons, the clerk of the Court of Baltimore said the office was committed to providing all necessary assistance for expunging the charges from people's records. The pardons come following statewide legislation passed in 2023 that called for simple cannabis possession convictions to be expunged from people's records. The law goes into effect next month, but some people who receive pardons may still want to apply to have their records expunged, said Megan McDermott, chief attorney for community lawyering at Maryland Legal Aid.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's significant to get the two parts together. So, in a statement, Xavier Conway, the clerk of the Circuit Court of Baltimore City, said the governor's actions acknowledges the importance of the fair administration of justice in removing educational, housing, and unemployment or employment barriers that have long disproportionately affected the lives of many Baltarians. Maryland's largest city had the state's highest number of pardons, which is 39,000, or about 23% of the total number.
And their office is committed to ready to provide all necessary assistance to ensure that pardoned individuals in Baltimore City can navigate the expungement process smoothly and efficiently, Conway said. And the story corrects the estimated number of pardons. It's more than 175,000, not 197.
Yeah, it's that's a lot of people. It's like I said, it's great that they got pardons, but yeah, it would be nice if the expungement had been included in that.
Yep.
And it didn't note whether there was a cost to the expungement. Like here in Canada, our government has waived their fee, but there are still other costs associated, like getting your criminal record checked. Like that can cost money for the police department to print it off. Your fingerprints.
I'm sure it's the same there. There's gonna be a cost associated with it. As soon as the court gets involved, there's paperwork, anything like that, you have to pay for that stuff.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that no one has to do that, because that can create a whole new barrier, right?
That's why I think it should have been in one thing.
Yeah,
You know, you're going to give them a pardon, expunge the record immediately. Done. There's no paperwork involved. You just do it.
Yep, exactly. All right, on to our next story. This one comes to us from the Halifax City News. Headline says, North Carolina revives the possibility of legalizing medical marijuana.
North Carolina senators are pushing to legalize medical cannabis again, but it's unclear if the State House will approve it. The Senate bill was originally intended to add state regulations to hemp products, experienced a major facelift on Wednesday when lawmakers added a provision legalizing medical cannabis. The amendment would apply to qualifying patients who have a debilitating medical condition, such as cancer or epilepsy, to be prescribed medical cannabis by a doctor.
It comes amid a pending decision by the U.S. Department of Justice to drop cannabis as a Schedule 1 drug to Schedule 3 and recognize its medical uses. The original bill, which added several regulations for hemp products that are legal under federal law, was approved in a committee on Wednesday morning before a Senate floor vote. Federal law allows for the sale of hemp products with concentrations of less than 0.3% of THC, which is one of the main psychoactives in cannabis.
The hemp regulations bill was suddenly sent back to the Senate Judiciary Committee to add the 35-page medical cannabis provision Wednesday afternoon. The new provision outlines requirements for physicians to prescribe medical cannabis, how people can get a medical cannabis identification card, what it takes to get a medical cannabis supplier license, and restrictions on smoking in certain places.
Patients who qualify for using cannabis medicinally would need written certification from a physician under the bill. The original hemp legislation that still remains prohibits sales of those goods to people under 21, requires testing before distribution, and mandates obtaining licenses to sell legal hemp products such as THC gummies and cannabis-infused drinks.
And despite its renewed Senate momentum, House Republicans' current stance on legalizing medical cannabis is murky. Just earlier this month, House Speaker Tim Moore indicated it didn't have enough support. In no uncertain terms, there are not the votes in this caucus right now for this bill.
Senate Rules Chairman Bill Rabin, a vocal advocate for medical cannabis, told the Associated Press after committee that he reached out to Moore Wednesday morning but did not hear back. He also spoke with other House leaders and caucus members about the amendment, but had no idea whether they would consider approving it. He says that I'm very optimistic, but I'm very persistent.
The Senate previously attempted to legalize medical cannabis last year under legislation led by Rabin, who said he smoked pot while undergoing chemotherapy for colon cancer. Lacking enough votes in the House after the Senate's approval, the medical cannabis bill died last session. Medical cannabis products are legal in 38 states and the District of Columbia, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures.
And the bill is going to be voted on today, Thursday, and then again on Monday. So hopefully next week at this time, maybe we'll have an update on that. And people there will be able to get access to medical cannabis, and they'll just add another one to the states that have medical cannabis. And it's good to see that they're doing this because of the change at the federal end.
But I think this one is probably sounds like it's going to be turned down.
Yeah, I know.
By the House, which is dominated by one side that's usually against cannabis.
Yeah, well, talking about that side, let's get on to the last story of the day. And this story comes from AP Press. It says that Florida medical cannabis patients get an unexpected email praising DeSantis.
Tallahassee, Florida. Florida has more than 700,000 medical cannabis patients, and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, who is battling a proposal to allow recreational use of cannabis, wants them all to know that he's doing a great job. The Department of Health last week sent a blast email to its medical cannabis patient list boasting that DeSantis signed the latest state budget. The email praised the cancer research program promoted by the First Lady Casey DeSantis, listed health issues like HIV, hepatitis, and syphilis that are in the spending plan, and gave a message from Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo that he and DeSantis are advancing public health and personal responsibility in Florida.
Nothing in the email mentions medical cannabis, and patients and advocates say that DeSantis administration violated their privacy by using the patient list to promote policy. Shame on him. This is revolting. That is really such a misuse of power and information, said State Rep Kelly Skidmore, the ranking Democrat on the House Health Policy Committee. I guarantee you nobody checked that box and said, yes, it's okay to send me information on Governor DeSantis' agenda.
The Department of Health said it didn't single out medical cannabis patients, but rather sent the budget statement to everyone in its email databases, which spokesperson Wissam Chowdhury said includes more than 2 million members of the public, healthcare professionals, licensees, and media. Chowdhury was asked if the department has email databases for other patients such as cancer, COVID-19, or HIV, but provided no details if such database exists or if they also were used to promote the governor's budget.
She says that it's unfortunate that the Associated Press has decided to write a story about the inconvenience of an email rather than covering the key investments that will save countless lives. Well, your government violated the people's privacy, and that's why we here in Canada have our government is being sued by patients because they violated our privacy.
And this is exactly the same thing. What the hell does his budget have to do with someone's medical problem?
Ours
Nothing.
didn't have. Ours wasn't wasn't a promotional piece like DeSantis's. Ours was a violation by a window that was used on the envelopes.
I just don't see what world is this right in. This is
Yeah,
people's
it's not.
private medical information, and
Correct.
now they're exposed to everybody. It's such BS.
Yeah. Patients advocates say it's more than just an inconvenience. It's a violation of privacy, not just because promoting the governor has nothing to do with their health care. Florida has broad public records laws, and if someone obtained the master email list, they could deduce who is a medical cannabis patient, since they make up about 35% of all the recipients.
Patients could be subject to unwanted marketing and political messages, or worse, employers could see who has a medical cannabis card. This is a look how great the governor is and how much he's done for us at the Department of Health, said Jody James, president of the nonprofit Florida Cannabis Action Network. My information should not be part of their general email blast list by any stretch of the imagination.
No, exactly. Keep going, Glenn. I got to deal with the doggy.
Ironically, DeSantis has been a loud critic of big tech and has accused private companies of misusing users' personal information. It's shocking the state would use the patient email list for its policy agenda, said State Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, a former agriculture commissioner who oversaw the list of concealed weapons license holders. I would have been scorched alive if I had done anything with that database to either release their information to another party of my agency or to have used that database for pushing the rest of the news or activities from the Department of Agriculture, Fried said. It's irresponsible.
A medical marijuana patient in Pensacola told the Associated Press that he and others plan to file a formal complaint. All right. The patient says, if it was a doctor that put out your private patient information for some other agenda, I feel like somebody should be held accountable. Exactly. Personal injury lawyer John Morgan, who spearheaded the state's 2016 medical cannabis effort, questioned how the email didn't violate the federal law restricting the release of medical information. He also said the email list would be a bonanza for people who want to use it for political purposes, including to promote recreational cannabis in November.
And that would be the greatest list they could ever have for this election, he said.
It's just, that's the end of the story. Yeah.
I don't see how it doesn't violate federal law.
I don't see how it doesn't
I
either.
look forward to charges because the head of Florida's, where is it here? Department of Health is a doctor. And he approved the release of this. So the doctor's releasing your private personal medical information.
No, it's not right. Not right whatsoever. Nope. And let's hope this follow-up story of this lawsuit gets started, and we'll keep an eye on that for sure.
Yeah, I don't want it to be a complaint. I want it to be a lawsuit.
Yeah, exactly. So do I. Exactly. More than just this.
Yeah, I'm sure it will wind up that way because Americans are really good at litigation. So.
No. All right. Anything before we sign off?
No, stay cool, everybody.
All right. Good luck. All right. That's the report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camel for Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and Legacy420.com. And also to you, our viewers, thanks for tuning in. And remember to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Oh, Robert. Al Grand Pace Radio, and it's Al Rap of 420 Radio.
How you doing?
Hey,
See ya.
Good to see you. And what do you think?
Well, I always get blown away at these events. It reminds me of actually, a lot of people don't know that I was an infantry reservist while I was at university. And the first day of boot camp, and it was like, had a sergeant basically said, turn to the left, turn to the right. Chances are the man on the other side won't be here at graduation. Well, that's kind of how I look at the cannabis industry, especially at MJ BizCon. It's like, turn to the left, turn to the right. The racking system on either side of you, probably won't be here by the time of U.S. federal legalization when you look at it. So in a way, it's interesting because you're seeing more and more consolidation of the industry, but at the same point, you're also seeing innovation, new products, new delivery systems, new papers, new cones.
X about his new device, and you're like, wow.
DabX, personally, they're fantastic. I'm not endorsing anything. Lawyers got to be very careful about endorsing products, but over the years, I've been given and have used lots of devices. And the cool thing about what we're seeing now with them and some of the Puffcos is, what would have taken a whole, accoutrement of equipment, activity, and containers, and so on. You can do all of that now quite discreetly, and they're a great product.
Yeah. Now, just a quick question, and I'll let you go. Sovereign cannabis issue. It's been discussed here with a few people I've talked to, up there, and someone told me to talk to you.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, but then I got to get my ego in check and remember that we're in Ontario, and the Indigenous framework, and again, it's similar but different now. I'm BC.
Correct. Where government considers everybody.
Well, in BC, what's unique is that you have the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's been passed into law federally, but BC is the only province that has brought in the UNDRIP, and they call it DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons Act. So, again, you got to remember, constitutionally, Section 91 deals with federal, Section 92 is provincial. Indigenous come under Section 91. Cannabis is a very interesting industry because it represents an intersection of federal, provincial, municipal licensing.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Indigenous are effectively their own level of government, right? So sovereignty ultimately does play into it. And where I've been egging on the courts and the system in BC is I've made the argument that cannabis is regulated at the phytocannabinoid level, which read the definition of cannabis in Schedule 1 of the Cannabis Act. Well, in addition to cannabis, there's other plants like, echinacea, also known as coneflower, as well as kale, which, again, you do enough synthesizing, you can turn that into, or again, phytocannabinoids identical to cannabis and at 0.3 regardless of process. So ultimately, an Indigenous elder, or anyone for that matter, making a echinacea tincture would need a processing license under the Cannabis Act. Well, in the case of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, there is no license or exemption for food, social, or ceremonial purposes. Where does that leave us? I don't know, but it allows me at least to get a second life on the jurisprudence that was involved with the medical dispensaries in the Vancouver test case and apply that to larger arguments dealing with cannabis and plant medicines. But in addition, I've foolishly or not, added fungi to the
very popular down there.
Because at least on the coast and in the interior of BC and throughout Canada, you have mushrooms everywhere. And if you've got farming and herding and cattle and dung, you got psilocybin mushrooms. So at the end of the day, whether or not the jury's still out on when cannabis showed up in Canada, psilocybin's here, right? So if we're looking at sovereignty and decriminalizing nature, I really think the Indigenous are our best hope in effectively stepping up and being a counterweight to a lot of these federal measures, because if they're successful in those arguments, it should prove to liberalize and open up some of the doors and avenues elsewhere.
I agree. Completely.
It's been always a pleasure to speak.
Pleasure. Good luck on everything. All right. Good. There you go. Impromptu interview with Robert Laurier, lawyer from BC.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
I'm already to the 420, damn it!
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
No one's singing. No one's singing.
I was.
You are fucking boring.
I always sing that song.
I couldn't hear shit.
Oh.
Turn your fucking headset around.
Shit doesn't make a whole lot of noise anyways.
It's on correctly. Sometimes when you guys play the opening, I don't hear it though.
Debbie. Debbie.
Yes, Marcel.
Guess what? Guess what?
What?
Today's our friend-iversary.
How did I miss that?
I don't know. 14 years.
Wow.
Makes you feel old, huh? You've
Gosh,
been
yeah.
dealing with me for 14 years.
I'm guessing that was right around the time we met with the crew from you and I and John Cook met with the crew from Help Canada in
Yep.
can't remember the building in Halifax, but Buddy falling asleep, which shows how well they were paying attention.
Who fell asleep? Was it John Trammell? Please tell me it was John Trammell.
No.
Please.
No. This had nothing to do with John Trammell. It was
This was even before Trammell ever even existed.
three officials from Health Canada involved with the medical cannabis program.
It was the
Coming to get our
consultation.
take and our opinions, and
Yeah, it's the consultations where they didn't want to hear from patients, but they wanted to hear from people that ran dispensaries.
Illegal dispensaries.
Yeah. Yeah, with the assurance that they wouldn't get busted.
Oh, did they actually put that in writing? Did they?
No, but that's what they told them.
Oh, and did it
And
work?
nobody got busted. Like none of the ones that talked to them. But what they did is they took a lot of that information and gave us legalization.
So the reason I have a picture of my green room is because it's clipping time. I'm going to top up plants properly, hopefully.
Live?
Well, camera's on in there, so. And we're
Live
going to see
on
what
the
happens.
internet.
On the internet, yep.
Al is going to viciously attack and assault a living creature.
3 of them.
3 of them. Oh, he's going to attack. Probably went out and kicked that skunk today too, didn't you, you bully?
You know what? It came back this morning, really early, and then yeah, it's like I'm not impressed with the skunk. Hi, Deb, or D, not Deb, D. We have a D. We have a Deb.
Send the dog out. I'll get rid of it.
Yeah. What happened was I was sitting there watching a movie, and what I'm assuming happened is a skunk came around the corner, and whatever was on the TV startled it, and it sprayed right under my window in my living room.
Window
and
open?
I was like,
Was the window open?
Both of them.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, that would stink.
Quickly,
it smells like fucking pot.
I jumped up and well, that's what I thought it was at first. I jumped up and I went and I closed the windows. And as I got closer to the windows, my eyes started stinging. So I was like, yep, got to close those up. And then I just, Febrezed and everything. Nothing came in, but thank God. But yeah. So that's just my cell phone out there. It worked this time. Not going to work. It's not going to work.
Nobody said it wasn't going to work. You proved that it didn't work last time.
Al, me being ignorant on geography of the world, how much when sunset for you? Like how far up north are you?
Almost 10 o'clock at this point.
Okay, so like about basically an hour more so than us.
Yeah, we're about an hour, as far as light goes, we're about an hour ahead of you. But as far as weather and seasons go, we're about a month behind you.
Okay.
He gets lots of light, but it's still fucking cold.
It's 24 hours, or not 24 hours. I get from about 4:30, 5 o'clock, it starts coming up until about 10 at this point. And it's all I face southern, so I just leave my plants sitting in the window until I put them out there. I have one more in the house. What we've got here on the right is a Pineapple Express, which is going to go long, which is okay. That's why I have a greenhouse. The one in the back there is a CBD raspberry, I believe. No. That's the CBD sativa that doesn't really have a name. The one in front.
CBD sativa.
Marcel, be nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but...
be nice.
That's what it says on the label. A CBD sativa. Of course.
Are you
of course.
serious?
Yeah, that's what it says on the label.
No, that's as hybrid as they come, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. But so there's 2 CBDs there, and then the one, and then I have Northern Lights going as well that I got from Dale.
I gotta go fucking look that up.
What? Here, I'll get the. Give me a second, and I will get the little tag here. It has all the information.
Yes, Marcel. CBD sativa.
Well, I've never heard it as an actual strain.
No, it's not called. It's called Hot Neighbor. That's the brand, I guess. It says it's F1 CBD sativa hybrid, feminized cannabis seeds from Hot Neighbor, and these were just a sample that I was given to try, and the breed is Homesteader F1, Grandpa's Stash, and an Auto Blue Mammoth, crossed by Amnesia Haze, Ultra CBD F1.
Holy, you got a mishmash in that fucking strain, pal.
It says here 8 weeks flowering.
They should call it CBD mud.
Pine, pine, citrus, berries, MED morphology. Don't know what that is. Harvest October. 4 feet to 10 feet. Width 3 feet to 5 feet, and it's a photo period.
I love it, Marcel. 4 feet to 10 feet, boy. That's a big range.
I love that. Yeah, it's like, can you narrow it in a little?
Yeah, I know.
But here's
So
my
let's
thing
see what we
now.
got. Yeah.
You should do a little research on some of them strains that's in that, because when you do that, you'll read up on like the growth of how they grow and look at that strain, because you'll likely figure out that it's growing more, leaning more towards one way than the other.
Okay.
So it may grow more like that Grandpa Stash, or it may grow more like the Amnesia, right?
Yeah.
From the
I
looks
get
of
that.
things, your leaves are a little. Your leaves are a little more wider on it, so it's definitely got way more indica influence.
Well, that's what I thought. I said, pretty thick leaves for a sativa.
Right. Here's my whole issue with this whole CBD sativa. Sativas predominantly have less CBD than an indica, which makes them more mind-altering and energetic.
Okay.
Whereas an indica makes you a little more coach locked, and that's because of the CBD. So when you turn around and somebody says, "Oh, this is CBD sativa," my question is, how and why?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's the seeds I had at the moment that I had them, that I had to try something, and they worked. So it's there.
No, definitely grow it out. See what it turns into.
Exactly, do that. But to me, as any seed breeder, why would a seed breeder, or other than maybe a pollen chucker, come out and say, "Oh, this is CBD sativa"?
This was a sample that was given out at one of the events. Sorry.
That's a good
from Can Expo, I think it was from.
That's my kid's ringtone because she can't do a bong hit without a.
I'm wearing my shirt.
Was that a Sweet Leaf reference?
Yep.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, it looks good when we're out in public and my phone gets a call from her. And all of a sudden my pocket's coughing.
At the shop, we always describe it like puppies. Like, you got your mom puppy and your dad puppy. They have puppies. Some look just like mom. Some look just like dad. Some have no legs. It's kind of, you're rolling the dice a bit. So that's just a possibility for it.
The reason I started that particular thing is because at the time I was having trouble starting seeds, and I figured it out with that one. So I just
it grew.
It grew. Yeah. Now I figured it out, and I'm just going to go cuckoo. But That's for the dogs. That's all I can say. It's for the dogs.
What's for
like
the
Dale
dogs?
said, if you got a weed seed, you might as
I've
well
got,
grow it.
I've got old dogs, right? So, me and my buddies got old dogs, so we want the CBD because, Rose likes it. Although, Dean's dog is fine with it. She gets a little bit sluggish when there's too much THC. Rosa just looks at me. Rosa got over a gram of hash there a couple weeks ago, and she ripped around the house, chasing me all over the fucking house for 3 hours, and then she crashed.
Yeah,
She was
trying
fine.
to fight you for fucking trying to kill her.
No, she was having fun, man.
Sure, she was. She was too stoned to have fun.
No, she was fine.
If my dog gets any,
You know what? I'll just say it this way: it wasn't her first rodeo.
My
Remember
dog-
your chocolate bars?
Yeah. My dog chewed on 2 of my plants last night, and it's the first time she's ever done it.
Fuck.
And
Yeah, well, someone said, hey, it'd be a good idea. I said, hey, Marcel, you think it'd be a good idea to get my dog my stalks to chew on because I got a puppy? Yeah, that'd be
I
all
think
right.
it's an awesome idea.
Yeah, now she eats my fucking plants.
I used to get chocolate to Buster all the time. Len's
Dale, did you drop that mail off to Darcy?
No, he ain't dropping no mail off to me. I'll take it up and stick it 4 houses down.
No. He's just going to shove it into the corner and behind one of the other plants.
What'd you do? Get a court order at the old place?
What did Lenny do? Leave us again?
Yes, I don't think he's enjoying himself today.
Oh, how come?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
All right, well, after that's why I invited Mark and then took off on him.
I don't know. He invited Mark to come on the. Yeah, exactly. Fucking guy. Who does Len think that he is inviting people on my fucking show? Oh, hi.
And then turn around and then walking out and leaving. Just
Are you still fucking crying about that?
Yes, he's still crying, Lenny.
It'll be 5 to 10, and it'll still be going on about it.
I forgot you were here, Deb. Hi, how are you? What are you doing? What's new? We've missed you.
That was rude.
Well, apparently you come onto a show, the fucking host fucking berates you anyway, so why would you come back?
I don't erase her. She's the
I said
one that
erase. He said berate.
Yeah. Merrick was a fantastic guest last week and wanted to come back, and now you're shitting on him.
Not him, you.
Oh, me.
Not my first time.
I don't like last minute additions.
You could have said no. And be a prick.
What'd you call me?
I said you could have been a prick. You weren't. There's a difference.
I know what being a prick is like, and I was not being a prick.
My wife's being a prick. She keeps calling me, and it fucks up my fucking iPad.
So
that's why I had to leave.
We've got Deb, our friend Deb, on the show tonight from Mum, and you can't see her because her internet is crappy.
No, she don't have a camera.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't. She says she
come
doesn't have
on,
a camera. I will take her word for it.
Is she on a laptop?
I don't know.
Nope.
No? Desktop?
Nope, just nope.
Old school all the way.
I just don't believe she doesn't have a camera.
I don't either. I think it's a bunch of crap. And I think a big time fucking event promoter like herself, big mucky muck, should have a fucking camera.
Well, we actually just got high speed a couple of months ago, so.
I was going to say, did you move up in the world since we talked last, Ed?
Hardly, Darcy. Have you been?
Yeah, I hear you, honey. Good. I got a good report on Thursday from my doctor telling me that I have the nicest looking bladder he's ever seen inside there. So that was kind of nice.
Awesome.
That's a weird way to hit on you.
Yeah. No, because I was having issues, but he said I have a neurogenic bladder, so he said you're just gonna have to learn to live with it. So that's what we're gonna do.
I remember we were talking a few weeks ago when you had just a couple months ago, I guess now. You said that the doctors thought that seriously cannabis might be an issue for you because of what's going on. It's not.
No, I'm doing awesome now. I'm back. I'm back to work on Monday.
Right on.
When in doubt, it's the cannabis's fault.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Time and again, I've heard of patients encountering that in the ER as soon as the on-call doctor finds out that they consume cannabis.
You've got hypermesis.
Well,
That's what
bare
they said to
minimum,
me.
right?
I went into to emerge. I thought I was having a full-blown heart attack. I called an ambulance and everything. They took me over, and the first thing out of the chick's mouth was, cannabis? You're having a hypermesis or whatever the fuck. And I was like, you know what? I said, I've been in the cannabis industry for a very long time. Don't even start me with that stuff. And she just stopped. Went on with the care. Right?
The one I heard today was a guy's cholesterol's high because he uses cannabis.
Yeah, because of all the potato chips after.
So here's
that I agree with. That part potentially, yes.
Here's a question that I want to ask our pharmacist, Lenny. Why dab sweats? Why do you get overheated when you're using concentrates, specifically shatters and stuff?
Who gets overheated?
Well, I do, and I've been told that it can raise my.
Your heart THC puts your heart rate up at the start.
Yeah.
But why do we get dab sweats? I read that it's from the chemicals that they use.
Oh,
Is that true?
I've never had that.
What if it's
or do you mean sweating from coughing?
Is that what it's from?
Yeah, most likely. You cough a lot, you're gonna create some heat and cause yourself to sweat.
If your heart rate goes up really quickly, your blood's flowing quickly. It's giving off heat. It may sweat.
Yeah. Yep.
That's possible.
It's harder for it to happen with the
You have internet people talking to you.
Smoking it, right?
Well, I think you would have to have an awful lot of chemicals before it would cause you to start to sweat. Whereas you start sweating after coughing from one dab, it's just from the coughing.
Okay. Well, I thought it was something like that, but you hear dab sweats, blah 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 blah.
Oh, you
hear dab sweats? I never hear dab sweats. This is like the first time I've heard of it.
I've seen people like smoke a joint or like really good potent shit, and they get a little sweaty because their heart rate's fucking pumping.
But they don't call them dab sweats. Maybe that's
I never heard that term.
Maybe that's an Ontario thing, like it's more of a pussy thing or something. I don't know.
That's the thing I find.
I'm gonna get so much hate now from all the people from Ontario. You call us pussies. Yeah, well, Darcy calls you worst case.
Hey, it's worst case Ontario.
All right, gummy buns and
sorry, Darcy had to leave the show.
Is it Cinderella 99?
Oh, you got your stuff, Marcel?
Yeah.
Who's making all that noise?
Just Cinderella. I had to write that on there.
Darcy. I always blame Darcy.
Darcy, stop making noise.
Oh, I'm sitting here. I'm not making noise.
Wasn't that Debbie's grinder?
I've been talking to you. What's that, Marcel?
I think that was Debbie's grinder.
Nope.
No?
See, Debbie's here with one word answer.
Which one are you going to try first, Marcel?
You can't do that.
So, Debbie, what's happening in a couple weeks?
There's something going on?
She's going to be coughing a lot.
It better be.
Actually, I tend not to have a whole lot of opportunity to cough or try to figure out if I could get me one of those dab sweats. Harvest Fest is happening, the 15th annual. Mind you, we did have a 2-year break during COVID where we just reverted to a friendly cannabis community camp out at Fox Mountain. Not allowed to advertise it as an event as such, but we did have tunes and a few other little things on the go. Pardon me. But we went back hardcore 2 years ago. And this is, as I said, the 15th annual. It started out as a backyard gathering. It's the home of Steve Miles, who's since passed away, but he had an amazing cottage and beautiful property on Shearbrook Lake in the middle of nowhere in Nova Scotia. And our first 2 years were spent there. It was basically a Sunday afternoon event. And through the years, it progressed and grew and became a full-fledged festival several years ago.
Cool.
So that's what's going on in 2 weeks' time. And the 7th.
It's not at the same place?
No, we moved to a campground. This will be our 5th year going there. It's down in the valley. When we spoke with the lady who owns the property, she said they call it the campground with as few rules as possible.
Ooh, it's an adult campground.
So they
Oh, no, it's
were
everybody campground.
they were cool with us coming, and actually I've seen some videos online, and if I'm not mistaken, 2 of their seasonal campers have opened a Treaty Truck House right at Fox Mountain.
Right on.
How many people did you have last year?
Oh, I'm guessing I've got the figures I'm running on my memory. I'm going to say around 250 people.
Wow.
I have a sense that it's going to grow again this year. Legalization really put a kicking into things in 2019. Our numbers were down from the year before.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So we're just kind of feeling our way and in a lot of cases making new connections.
Well, that's awesome.
So many of the businesses and craft industries that were involved no longer exist.
You know, that's one of the things I've noticed about the events, Deb, here is I don't know anybody. You know, you go to a Can Expo or Lift or what was the last one? Grow Up. There was the last one, and I only knew one person, Abby. You know, so
wow.
It's I too have been sitting here a very long time and watching things and the changes and all that, and it's now the people or the influencers, as they call them now. They used to just call us people. Are different, and I'm not amused with a lot of them.
Well, influencers almost immediately equate you to think of somebody in it for the money.
Yes.
And doing everything they can to promote themselves to make more money.
It's the me show.
Yeah. And I don't do me shows at all.
No, it's
Honestly,
the
with-
Al show.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's why
I'm kidding.
Living on the high log because of this, because of 420 radio. Yeah, it has been paying my way for the last 18 years. Yep.
Yeah, I don't notice you sitting lopsided from a fully padded wallet under one cheek.
Yeah.
Never going to happen.
Those events you mentioned now are corporate. They're all corporate.
But this is my point. You know, you go to the shows now. There's no treating yourself. The ICC it didn't happen this year. The Indigenous Cup, Karma Cup is now gone to the legal side of things. There's no, dare I say, festivals that are consumption festivals. Camping festivals, the only time you get those things now is either way up north here or Harvest Fest. I mean, they do have a lot of events in Vancouver and BC, but the laws are different there. We're not allowed to have consumption events here. They've just started allowing us to do sampling.
We're not allowed to have consumption events here.
You're not? No, but they are in BC. They are
not
in
really.
Alberta.
Not really.
In Alberta as well.
They're going to allow.
really.
there's going to be legal avenues to have consumption at concerts. Thing, Jess.
Yep. I hope so, because I don't remember a lot. I went and saw the three.
Well,
Thanks,
actually,
Mark.
I was sorry.
I went
I
and
was
saw
just reading
James
those new
Taylor. Couldn't
changes.
smoke a joint.
No, I was reading those new changes, and one of them is designated consumption spaces. Several provinces have introduced designated consumption lounges and cafes where adults can consume cannabis in a social setting. These establishments are subject to stringent regulations to ensure safety and prevent public nuisance.
Yeah, but it's okay to go to the park now here in Ontario and get drunk, because you can take your own beer and you can take your own alcohol to the park now. You just
You can put up a fence and you can create your own country in the park in Toronto and the universities now.
Yeah.
Can't smoke a joint, but you can claim it as your own fucking territory.
I'm like with the bong bus, we're always trying to get into events. So like one event I did try to get in is the outdoor comedy festival, which comes to Halifax. They did Jerry Seinfeld and shit last year. There's a guy, Casey, who runs the cannabis aspect of it. In Ontario, in Alberta, and BC, he said he's able to actually set up an area within the concert called the Cannabis Garden, and you can actually consume and sit at a table and drink beer too if you want. But here in Nova Scotia, he's not allowed. So
Not
the
yet.
bus option,
Next summer, expect it in Nova Scotia.
Okay, I really hope so, because those kind of events would be amazing.
I miss being able to go to a concert and not having to look over your shoulder. Oh, security's coming. Put that away.
That's actually more of an indoor smoking thing, believe it or not.
I know.
You're not,
I know. Here in Ontario, it is. Yes.
Well, same in anywhere. God forbid you stupid.
The only place that I've been that seemed to have been cannabis friendly was New Brunswick at the stadium. Guns N' Roses last year, they had a smoking area, and I literally just stood in there and smoked joints the entire time.
Most outdoor events, if there's a smoking area in Nova Scotia, they don't care if there's cannabis being consumed.
In Canada, though, if you can smoke a cigarette, you can smoke pot. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Now, I know that there was a gentleman that was detained at the Dome in Las Vegas for smoking a bong at a Grateful Dead and Company gig a couple of weeks ago, and then they made a point of saying, no, he's okay. He wasn't charged with anything. He took a bong rip on a dare or something, I guess, and got detained.
Snoop Dogg at the Metro Center, he was like, people were smoking joints, but it was definitely like they were on top of me. Like I got yelled at like 4 or 5 times.
I went,
but they didn't kick me out.
Before I moved, I saw the Who, James Taylor, Buckman, and Cummings, and I did not smell any weed in the auditorium or even outside at the Budweiser stage at all. But they do allow smoking at the Budweiser stage in the smoking area. If you can smoke a cigarette, you can smoke a joint.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, all right. But I thought
I can, because my joints smell like cigarettes.
We had Steve Bloom on not too long ago, and he was saying that he's been to the Vegas Dome and smell it. They spark it all the time, right? I don't know if it was because it was a bong or not a joint or whatever. I don't know. Maybe we just got caught. I don't know.
Vegas is supposed to be. You're not supposed to smoke in public.
You're not. Yeah, it's illegal to smoke in public, and they don't. They have private rooms where you can smoke in the casinos now, don't they?
I don't know about the cannabis, but
yeah, I don't know. We'll have to get the 420 comic Jeffrey Peterson.
Yeah.
Ask him about that.
No, I don't think they could have thrown you out at the Snoop Dogg concert. Like if they're smoking joints on stage, how can you get mad at the?
Well, we did the Snoop Dogg after concert, which was at the Toothy Moose, and they were like, "God damn, you guys are gonna be able to smoke joints in there right wide open." So I had like 50 King Palms rolled and like enough joints to get 400 people stoned, and not one person was fucking smoking a joint in there. It was just non-existent.
It's fucked up, man. We used
there would have been one because it would have been me.
I grew up in Toronto going to the Forum at Ontario Place, and back in the 70s, the Forum was the place to see concerts because we didn't have big venues. We had the bandstand in at the exhibition. It was a circular rotating stage, and everybody used to come and play there. And you would smell weed, and you would see people laying out on the grass having their wine and cheese parties. I mean, that my mom would bring a big picnic basket and sit there and listen to music all day while we were running around playing at Ontario Place. You can't do that now. You wouldn't let your kids just run off at Ontario Place now, right? Hell, you'd be stupid to let your kids run off at all. You know?
Yeah, let them go. Put a GPS tracker on them.
Air tags.
Air tag on your kids.
Wait, you guys don't have one of yours?
A lot of people whose kids have cell phones, they've been tagged.
I had a friend.
I could track my kids on their phones.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah, well, years ago, we were with some friends, and they have two small kids, and we were in Canadian Tire or Kmart or something like that, and the kids were at the other end of the store.
Attention,
like just
Kmart
doing
shop.
what kids do, playing. And I said, well, we should go find the kids if we're leaving. He said, oh, you don't have to. And he whistled. And it wasn't even a loud whistle. And all of a sudden, these kids were running right to him. He had his kids trained perfectly on a whistle. So he just went,
how many Dunkaroos did it take to train
and the
them?
kids were there.
Was it a silent whistle, a dog whistle?
No, it was like, all he did was, I've done the same thing.
Rosa just chirped.
If I do it twice, then my dog will come running in here.
Yeah, Rosa was in the living room and she just went roar.
Yeah. Yeah, my dog listens more to the whistle than she does to my voice. If I need her to stop and come back or anything.
There's a group of two different groups of dog walking people, an older group and kids. And every time they go by, she just and I'm like, shut the fuck up. They're just walking by.
We have dog walking people that cross the street and walk on the other side when they go by our house, especially in the summertime because the dog lays on the deck most of the day. So she'll bark at anything that walks by on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I can't stand it. She starts barking, she comes in, and she knows that. She can sit out there all day long, but the minute I hear a chirp, I'm out there. Come on.
No, see, I don't do that because she'll bark once, but her bark is enough to make anybody cross the street.
Dude, it's weird here. Okay, you can hear everything. Somebody's walking down the street, you hear their conversation. Somebody's sitting on their deck in the front of the house, you hear their conversation. You hear everything. I cough and you can hear the bounce back from. Well, it's because I'm literally on the edge of the forest and the water, right? So
yeah.
And there's
the
hills.
forest
and
absorbs
mountains.
a lot of sound.
Not here, obviously.
The Harvest Fest thing, this will be our third year at Harvest Fest.
Is it
We
your
always
third?
have a good time. What's that?
It's your third?
Yeah, our third year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another reason I invited Mark on the show.
Because he's been there twice before?
Because he's going to Harvest Fest.
Oh,
We're
okay.
actually a platinum
Debbie was
sponsor,
going to be
too.
on talking about Harvest Fest.
Yeah. We're gonna have a little conversation about that at our next meeting.
Yeah, Mark and I were texting, doing some business, and
right,
and just it all made sense.
It all made sense. No, but we love Harvest Fest. It's a festival. It seems like every year we go, it gets a little bigger and a little bigger. Fox Mountain has been great for. It doesn't seem like anybody's getting in shit for smoking joints and stuff, or at least I haven't. So we've been promoting it right wide open this year. So hopefully there'll be a little extra traction this year. We're also a big sponsor of the Harvest Fest too. So prizes awarded for the Cannabis Cup are $420 gift cards to our shop. So yeah, we love Harvest Fest. Thanks, Deb.
Well,
thank you, Mark, and we certainly appreciate the support of the Atlantic Grow Shop and the Bong Bus. People love to see the bus turning up and look forward to getting on board and checking out your wares.
I have a question for you, Deb.
Maybe I have an answer.
She's married, Al.
Have you been on the Bang Bus?
Oh, for
Not
fuck's
the
sake.
Bang Bus, the Bong Bus.
Oh, here we go.
I was waiting. I was like, he's done so good
you.
so far,
Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
You
no,
know,
I
Al,
waited. That's been script for a week, dude.
Al, you know what I'm confused about?
What?
Why Mark wanted to come back on the show. The way we
I
treat
sent you a big long book explaining why you wanted to come on the show.
Wait,
and then
but
at the end you said, because Lenny invited me, and I'm like,
I never said those words.
Lenny,
What's
Lenny,
Yep.
in Mark's defense, he was pretty high, so he may have forgotten a lot of how he was treated.
yeah, he forgot what he said. He wanted to come back and just touch everything up.
I
Make
do
sure
get
he
pretty
didn't-
stoned. That's probably the most factual thing I've heard so far tonight.
I find it hilarious that a lot of times, the first time somebody comes on the show that they've never been on a thing like this, they always, and you did it within 5 minutes, message me, I hope I did all good. Was it okay? I don't remember what I said. Did I say everything okay?
Isn't
I
that
thought
like
I was right.
fucking client privilege or something?
I know, dude. You're not the only one that does it. Everybody does it.
Jeez, Mark, I hope you don't really talk like that.
So is that what I'm supposed to do at 5 after 10?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I do okay? That's all I
do
want to
okay?
know.
Did I miss anything?
Okay.
Did I upset anybody?
That's the wrong attitude. Your attitude is
5
I don't give
after
a
10?
fuck what
You
anyone
go to
thinks.
bed really late there, Deb. You're usually asleep by now, aren't you? Okay, now I got to explain. Deb has been around me a long time.
So Al thinks she's old.
I'm in bed by 9:30 usually. You guys keep me up. Fuck shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's the trick about public speaking, though. You just can't care what anybody else thinks.
Do you know, for years I used to, after I'd speak publicly, you'd spend the next fucking 2 days, everything going through your head, like,
Yeah.
did I
Did
fuck
I
up?
do it right? What did I say?
But you can't
But
worry about it. Just
eventually
do
you
your
get
thing.
to a point where, who fucking cares? This is the information. Take it or leave it. If I fuck up, I
Yeah,
fuck
they
up,
either
right?
like what you had to say or they didn't. It's
Yeah.
you can't
I don't
control.
mind what the people
There's
think,
been
but you
many
guys, I definitely
times-
hope you liked me.
There's been many times when we've done shows and we're done and I'm doing my own thing and I listen to the show and I'm like in the next morning, but I'm like, that was shit. And then I listen to the show and I'm like, that's not so bad. Right? But sometimes it's really bad. Sometimes they get deleted. There's a lot of unmemorable things.
You
Yeah,
just
if
gotta
I
go
had
in with the
feelings, I
attitude
totally
of
wouldn't have came back.
have fun, man.
Well, you got to figure this will be 18 years coming up. There's well over 1,000 shows roaming out there, and a lot of them that I don't have copies of still. So,
I was thinking about one of those shows today.
Oh, which one?
The one with John.
Trammell.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
twice his name's come up this evening.
We should have John Trammell and the other one on at the same time.
The other one.
And the other one.
Russell.
Which other one?
Russell.
Yeah, I listen. I don't even know if he's even around anymore.
You know what? I have not. I got to the point where I was like, enough is enough. Because he likes to poke the beast, but when you start posting from your wife's account, because I'm not listening to your account, it's a little much. So I parted way with Russell. I don't know where he is or what he's doing.
Well, he's not on Facebook.
He may.
He's in Cape Breton.
I hope that Christina is all right.
He's where?
They're both in Cape Breton.
Oh, they moved, did they?
Russell Bus is in Cape Breton.
Wow.
Absolutely.
I had no
Is
They
he
idea.
cutting
bought a
harvest?
house. They're putting in solar panels, a greenhouse,
Good for them. Good.
and
What they do?
seem
Fucking win the lottery?
fairly content. I have no idea how well that panned down.
Wow. Is he coming to Harvest Fest?
I don't believe so.
I always like Russell. I mean,
Russell, you know what? Russell Barth is an amazing man, very smart, knows what he's talking about, but he does not have a switch that goes off.
right. Russell, when I first met Russell, he was touting himself as the angriest pothead.
Yes.
And then he met me. And then he found out that he wasn't
Jesus,
as near
he
as
has
angry as I was.
He definitely had his match man.
Yeah. So him and I got along great. But he's Russell. I mean, Russell can kind of go off on a tangent for a bit.
It's halfway through the show, so we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to massacre some plants.
Oh, it was a gross segment thing.
And then we got a hockey game, don't we, Lenny?
And then I had questions.
Sorry,
for
have you been
Debbie.
watching the Stanley Cup Finals?
Sometimes I just flip back and forth. I find the NHL fucking shitty.
All right, we'll be right back. Sport
But I
20
will
Radio.
be I will be watching it. Yeah.
I'll be watching too.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This is how we grow the weed.
Darcy.
Darcy leave?
He's just muted.
he probably thought, oh, geez, we're probably going to play a song, and I got time.
Well, nobody gave me a song to play. I said, send me a song. Nobody said, nothing. So I didn't. All right. So Marcel is going to, talk about something. And I'm going to run out to the greenhouse and massacre my plants.
You're fucked up.
Well, good. I'm going to talk to Debbie about Harvest Fest. Because
You
I
go right
want to
ahead.
know.
Please do.
I want to know about the John Cook Memorial Cup.
I'm going to make my the greenhouse big while you guys talk.
All right. Debbie.
Right on. We had 26 entries in total this year, which was pretty much on par from last year, although I'm hearing murmurs that a number of the entries are, shall we say, of a higher quality than they were last year, which is really encouraging to have those sort of entries coming forward.
Good.
And seems to be gaining some attention from some people going, oh, I wished I'd known.
Yeah, but that happens every year. There's always those ones, oh, I wish I knew. I would have bought a Duchess pack, or I would have entered. Yeah, well, we gave you like 6-7 months of notice.
I'm gonna donate some rosin, Debbie.
Oh, thank you, Darcy.
For the
I was
well, I
going
told
to
myself
anyways.
Well, I try to do every year, just to help mums out because they've helped me out. But I tried to have some flour to enter this year, but just things were tight, and well, it was either me smoking for an extra 3 weeks or having to buy it. And I was like, well, hopefully I can get another crop down in time for next year, and I can put some away to cure in time.
Right
I
on.
personally would love to try.
Well,
some
we
of your
would
weed.
certainly appreciate a donation of rosin for the dab bar. Absolutely.
It's moving chairs.
I was gonna.
We're moving through a greenhouse.
And yes, we have the Atlantic Grow Shop sponsoring the gift certificates for $420 for 4 categories. We have flower concentrate, edibles, and topicals, and then Mum will be adding $420 in cash for the judge's choice, which is something I think is a bit novel from all of the other cups in which there's one entry that has the most points, and we deem that judge's choice, and their name goes on a trophy that gets circulated amongst the shops and businesses that sponsor the Cup and Harvest Fest both. We have quite a list of amazing sponsors this year. We have 18 bands, lots of vendors, some new events and activities in the mix, and overall, I think it's going to be quite a weekend.
Now we
I
just
think
need
you
it to
should
be
send me
sunny
the
all
trophy.
weekend, Deb.
I think you should send me the trophy for a couple weeks.
The trophy is with D. Paul right now because the top of it needs to be reconstructed.
Oh, well, that would have been better to come to me. I want to turn it into a bong.
Somebody broke it?
Just, it's been 10 years of bouncing around from shop to shop, and the odd event that we've held and Harvest Fest, and it's just time.
Yeah.
If we turn it into
a bong, then people might take care of it a little better.
There you go.
Well, then it's just like the Stanley Cup, except you're taking a hoot offer.
Yeah, well, they drink champagne out of the Stanley Cup, so.
That's what I meant. That's what I say. If you turn your cup into some
We'll
sort of a
we'll
bong.
donate the bong if that helps.
All right.
See, what a wonderful reason to invite Mark on the show.
Yeah, you're not getting your Crafty Plus any cheaper.
I just
Oh,
want to add one more thing before Al gets along with his plant massacring. Our cup is called the John Cook Memorial Cup.
Memorial Cup.
The memorial part is obvious where that comes from. But John Cook was a co-founder of MUM, and he ran the first Compassion Club in Nova Scotia. He had always hoped to be able to have a storefront dispensary, but that never materialized for him, and sadly, John passed away 11 years ago now. Last year was the 10th anniversary of his passing. And he's sadly missed by the cannabis community, and we decided to name the cup as per Chris Backer's suggestion, actually, in his honor. And his wife, Krista, always comes and participates in the presentation of the awards on the Saturday of the festival. Oh, and one more thing. There are also a number of demos and presentations throughout the weekend, too, so there's a built-in educational component, as well as all kinds of fun activities.
Fun activities?
Yeah, like a sucker pull, where you're guaranteed a prize every time.
$5 sucker, and every prize is worth more than $5.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a vape pen last time. It's a Bob Marley vape pen.
Woohoo! Yeah, man.
It's a G pen that says it's Bob Marley, so.
It's actually nice and comfortable in here today.
Nice and comfortable in here today because it's called air conditioning.
Cut it.
Kill it.
Lenny, are we going to see you tomorrow?
At your event?
Yeah.
Yeah, I RSVP'd.
I don't know. I'm not getting the RSVPs.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
It's free,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
It's free, right? Just bring something.
Free.
Oh, okay. So where am I cutting? Can you see where you want me to cut?
Yeah, turn that plant a bit.
What?
Just turn that plant a bit.
Turn the plant a bit.
Yep, clockwise. Okay, better.
Better?
Do you see those 4 top leaves?
Yes.
The four biggest leaves?
Yeah. These ones?
Yeah. You got 2 up there, and then you got 2 right below there.
Right in between?
No, right below that.
Down here.
Leaves, right there.
Okay. So right here.
But wait, before you do it, cut those 4 big leaves off.
As close as I can without hurting it?
Yep.
One.
So if you take your scissors or your snippers or whatever, you put them on the stem, you just slide it down the stem right to the stalk.
That's what I just did, yeah. And so these 2?
Yep.
Some bitch. All right, there you go.
Okay. Now, have you got your root hormone?
I'm gonna put I got a bowl here. I'm putting them all in the bowl, and then we're gonna go in the house and do that.
All right, but you're going to know which ones are which, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's famous.
You didn't sound very sure with that. Yup.
He's not. He's gonna forget.
Okay, so just below, yeah.
At a
How far?
45-degree angle, and not with scissors.
All right, I've got my X-Acto knife here.
Razor blade.
Is it clean?
It will be because it'll be a new blade.
Okay.
So go on.
Well, they got.
Hold on.
Don't use
Hold
that
on.
new blade
Why?
because there's oil on it.
Oh, okay.
All right, from manufacturing. So you got to clean that off with a little bit of alcohol.
I don't have any alcohol, Marcel.
Any bleach?
No, I don't do bleach.
Got any olive oil?
Got a torch?
Yes.
Got a torch? Got a lighter?
Yeah, I got a lighter. I got a torch. I will be right back. Continue your conversation.
Aren't you glad you're doing this live, Al?
Well, I don't care. It's a learning experience for everybody. I'll be back.
Most of your local
Yes,
road
when they
shops
make
do
your
will have,
X-Acto
like,
blades, kids, don't use them right out of the package because they're all treated with oil to keep them from rusting.
Yeah, and
At the
don't
shop,
cut
you
yourself
sell
with that before you
individual.
clean it either, because you'll get instant infection from that oil on that blade.
Yep.
You sure will. I
Yeah,
got
we
one
sell
from
individual scalpels that are just fucking sealed in a bag. They're like $2 each. So
Yeah,
if
I
you're
know
doing something like
that's-
that, it's always
That's the perfect way to do it.
If you know a guy, you can get the sterile ones ordered in for you.
yeah. Or even if you know a body piercer, they got one of those conclaves or whatever. You can usually fucking just toss something in there and get her all geared up too.
Or Mark, if you know a pharmacist.
Yeah, if you know a pharmacist, they can always hook you up.
Absolutely. I worked at Aqualitas here in town for a couple of years, so I did a lot of clones. So I just kind of adapted whatever they did because it seemed to work most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. I have a few
Hopefully
friends
they're
that
not
work in the
watching.
industry, and they all have different stories.
Yeah, it's never as good as like being a stoner for all my life. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's never going to be like that dream job where you're walking in, smoking a big spliff, fucking working on the plants, talking to your buddies, drinking Pepsi. It's never like that.
Well, here's the thing, Mark. What everyone forgets. It's a business. You got to make money.
Yeah, you're technically producing a drug, so there's a lot of Health Canada standards.
It's
we had to
it's
do
the business
air
and Health
showers.
Canada.
Yeah, it's the business end of it, man. I learned that from just working for a company for 8 years, man. It's the business end of it, man. You gotta set that. The way you think of it is totally different.
Yeah.
As you know.
It's not like growing weed with your buddies kind of thing. I mean, it technically was, but we had to change our clothes, hair nets, beard nets, gloves, booties, all kinds of shenanigans. Yeah, it was a lot.
Hey, guess what? I have a canniversary this year.
Oh,
A canniversary.
what exactly is that?
That's from when I first smoked pot.
Oh my God, you remember that?
1974.
74. Holy shit. He's probably at a Grateful Dead concert.
Mm-mm. Oh, it was at a wedding.
Okay, close enough.
Yep. Yeah, it was pretty close to a Grateful Dead concert.
I was born that year.
Is this a story? Is this another part of the story that you're going to tell?
No,
Lenny's your son?
he's not mine.
He's not. No.
Just reminding Marcel how old he is.
Basically,
I already know how old I am. I feel it every day.
I remind him, Deb.
So
I bet
this
you
is
do, Darcy.
this
Every
is
morning.
funny that
Good
50
job.
years later, I'm going to a wedding tomorrow, and I'm going to smoke my brains out. Celebrate my
As if you
anniversary.
needed to have the anniversary to do that, right?
Yeah, well, that's pretty much a daily thing, anyways. Actually, I eat more than I smoke now.
I was gonna say you don't smoke all the time. Like,
Well, no, I do, but I still eat way more.
I know.
So
If it
will the
wasn't-
newlyweds be coming to Harvest Fest?
What was that?
Will the newlyweds be joining us at Harvest Fest?
Well, I'm seriously trying to get them to do a table for me.
Ah,
So
am I feeling some ice cream coming on?
I've been seriously thinking of it because I didn't bother last year, and
Oh,
so many
Marcel,
people whined at me for not having ice cream.
the new creation, Marcel.
What new creation?
The Musketeer creation.
Those bars are fucking good.
Those are fucking deadly. Lenny, you try one of these bars, you're gonna fucking, they're deadly, dude.
I was
And what
hanging out
it
with
is, you can't taste any oil in them. They're just chocolate.
It literally tastes like a Three Musketeers chocolate bar.
Working
I don't
on
even know
next
if I
year's
remember what that
entry
tastes
already?
like.
It's chocolate covered nougat or a chocolate nougat.
I
if you
can't
wanna
remember.
call it.
I can't even remember the last time I had a Three Musketeers bar. They still make those?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty low on my list.
They're not a cheap one.
To be honest, I probably have like 2 chocolate bars a year, so I really.
Oh, I used to
I
be
was
that way
actually-
until I started making these fucking things.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with Jacob the other night, and he said, "Boys, I got some treats for you." And we were all excited, thinking it was going to be something fucked up from Thailand. And he pulls out Kit Kats, and we looked at him. We were like, "Well, Jacob, these are just fucking normal Kit Kats." He goes,
But
"Wait
they're
a
good.
second!" And he opened it up, and he put French's ketchup on it, and he ate it. And I was like, "Whoa, are you eating ketchup on your Kit Kat?" And he was like, "Yeah, you got to try it." And I tried
Alrighty.
it. It tasted like someone threw up in my mouth.
I am back.
So don't try it. If anybody tries to trick you into that shit, just fucking say no. Say no. Don't you put it in your mouth.
When we were kids, me and my buddy had munchies really bad, and we were at his house, and we searched all through the house. And
Holy fuck, what was that, man?
Oh,
That was
found a
my
bag
dog
of,
jumping up and knocking something off of the counter.
Oh,
Oh,
I found a bag of Cheetos, and he found a tub of Cool Whip. And we had Cheetos and Cool Whip, and guess what? As gross as it sounds, it was fucking delicious.
Not the case with Kit Kats and ketchup.
No, that was
That's just
gross.
fucking wrong.
Yeah, I was like, why would you ruin a
He
good fucking
likes
Kit
that?
Kat, Jacob? Yeah, he ate my half because I was like, no fucking way am I eating the rest of that.
all right, I'm doing this, guys. All right,
Okay, you got your stuff there, Al?
I even got a pen and some cups.
Okay,
So,
you're gonna. So
how low? Can you see? You can see it okay?
Yep. So you want to cut it on a 45-degree angle. You don't want to cut
Yeah.
it straight across.
Yeah, I know that.
Cut it on an angle, and as soon as you cut it, you get that cut end into the water.
Okay. Well, it's just a matter of doing them and taking them inside. So
Well, as long as you've got you know which one is which.
I've got a cup with each name on it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so let me
Oh,
do
look
this
at
one.
you,
How
Al.
low
You're
should I go?
proactive.
How low should I go?
Down.
Go down.
Down.
Go down.
There.
Right there?
Halfway.
Anywhere's around there. On a 45.
Oh, it's
No,
not
not
quite
yet.
a 45.
Into
Oh,
the
shut
water.
up.
You're going to cut it again anyways.
I know. There. There's one. Now, this one. Can you see this one now?
Yeah.
Okay, where do I go on this one? Again,
Maybe you should turn around.
taking the what?
Well, can you move the camera closer?
Yep. Okay, let me just mark which one this is here.
Yeah.
And you can see okay? Yeah?
Yep. Yep.
All right. So this one is the
Northern Lights.
no, that's inside.
CBT sativa.
No,
No, that's the other one.
That was the first one.
that's
You
that
called
one
it-
over there. No,
called
the
it
first
Northern Lights earlier.
the first one is
Pineapple Express.
I know. This is the CBD raspberry,
Okay.
which I got from OCS. So let me just, the one that I just did was the Pineapple Express, and it's waiting to go in the water. So I want to just do this. So hold on. CBD Raz. All right. So same thing. Take the other
Same
leaves
thing.
off.
Those bigger leaves.
Yeah. Okay. Bigger leaves, bigger leaves, bigger leaves, bigger leaves.
You guys doing the cloning thing? Do you have an opinion on like cutting the tips of the other ones? Do you ever do that, or is it just?
I always cut the tips off the leaves.
I do too.
The
Okay.
reason being is you're trying to grow root, not leaf.
Yeah, and it always helps. And it helps a plant from perspiring so much.
Exactly.
Okay, how low am I going on this one?
Same as the other one.
So about here.
Yep.
Okay.
Into the water.
Well, soon to be in the water. All right, now we'll do this last one. I'm just gonna.
It should be in the water right now. You should have had water already in those cups.
All right, I'll put water in them. I got the reservoir right here. All right, so let me do that. This is the way you learn. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, ideally, Al, always have the water done first, ready to put them in, because as soon as they go in, you want them to draw water, not air.
Okay. So
At our
there's
place,
one.
or at the factory I worked at too, I'd see them wrap them in cold, like face cloth almost.
Yep, same thing.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah. There's two.
I've gotten them in the mail, Mark, clones, and they come wrapped in paper towel inside of a Ziploc bag.
Okay, and had fairly good success with that.
Well, yeah, they all of the ones
Okay.
that ever came through.
What I'm gonna do this one now. Where? About the same down here.
Move your camera closer.
Yeah, right where you were, Al.
Yeah.
About here?
Yeah, right
Yeah.
there. Just take off those
Okay.
4 big leaves.
Yeah. And
What
then
the
go right
hell is that? Holy. Sorry, people, for the noise.
Oh,
What
that's
was
me.
it? Oh, what were you doing?
My freezer.
Oh, ice cream.
Yeah, and then go about halfway out.
Okay, one sec.
So I actually found one I didn't realize I had when I was cleaning up my freezer.
Oh. All right, you do that. Cut that one off. Dip it in the water right away.
I've got the cup right here, Marcel. And down here?
Yeah, we'll go halfway.
Okay.
That's a beauty cut right there.
Yeah, and then
That's
if you
gonna be a
pinch the
nice
tops,
girl.
if you pinch them tops on what's there, Al, then you'll get 4 tops.
Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow.
You don't even have to pinch them; they'll come right up anyways.
Do you recommend taking from the bottom limbs or using those or anything like that, or you just try to stay to the tops? I mean, tops are usually the best, but
Well, ideally, if I'm cutting clones like from a mother, I'll cut the top and then I'll start the lower branches. But ideally, the top is just to push the plant out. Then you can take all your side branches off as they come out.
yeah, it's
If
hard
you're
to just
running
waste them.
clones. Pardon me?
It's hard to just waste them. When
Well,
we were cutting bottoms, we'd always just end up using them as clones anyways, just for the sake of.
I always have. I mean, there's nothing. It's still the same plant, whether it's a small lower clone or not, or lower cutting or not. It's still the same plant. It's going to grow the same.
How about you, Darcy? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I myself, I tend to stick to that new softer growth. Stay away from that woody shit.
Yeah,
I find you get roots pushing faster if you stick to that newer growth. Stay away from that woody shit. I mean, you can get roots. And actually, when Al's done here, I'm gonna log in on my phone, and I'm gonna show you guys some roots. These fucking clones, man. I never seen something root up so fast in all my life, and the roots on them are huge.
Were you privy to any of those capulator cuts floating around?
I know. No, I haven't tried any, but I got some. I picked up. I don't know, about $2,000 worth of Sea Junkie genetics.
Okay, proper.
I got.
And for you,
I got his K-Mac.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that's fucking excellent,
dude. It's fucking. I cropped out some, but you know something? The fucking Jungle Cake GMO. That fucking stuff, man. That stuff is fire, dude. I had a guy. I have a guy at work.
The garlic mushroom onion stuff, or is that?
Yeah, the garlic mushroom onion stuff. And I had a guy at work that smokes a lot of fucking weed, man. And I work with him in packaging, and he tried it. He said, hands down, it's like the best weed he's fucking smoked in years.
Okay.
He said, I love to see what that would do in a room. He said, just not in your tent.
Yeah, with a proper regimen and all that fucking shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you don't work for a factory now?
What's that?
Yeah, it goes back to work Monday.
Yeah, I go back to Monday.
Do you work at like a factory? Are you got names?
I was one of the. I work at Turo Cannabis. Me and Lenny. I was one of the original co-founders with Lenny.
Okay. I heard that mentioned last week, but I wasn't 100% sure who was who. And I just didn't want to start asking. Yeah, that's definitely the case.
I'm still there. I'm in packaging department right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I go back tomorrow, or on Monday.
I was a senior cultivation technician at Aqualitas for about 2 years. So I was in charge of the pheno hunts. So I did like all their Queen Sangria and all that shit. I grew that from seeds and took notes to figure out which ones I felt that they should grow. And and then I left and opened up the smoke shop because it was more money.
Yeah, well, this is it.
It was sad. I mean, I love growing dope. I've been doing it for so long, and I love cannabis. There's not too many people that you'll meet that have a passion for it like I do. So it was really sad that my hometown had this giant weed factory, and it just couldn't make a solid go of it. So it was, a little sign of the industry, but not to say it's all terrible, but it's, it's definitely not like, the imagination of being a drug dealer that everybody thinks you're driving Lamborghinis and stuff.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, definitely not that.
But I'm gonna run in here for a second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run in my room here and grab my phone.
You could have a Lamborghini if you're pushing, 30 or 40, 100 tons of coke a year.
I've got a Chrysler 300. That's about as close as I get, I think.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I'll have that next year.
So Al is slowly making his way back so we can go through phase 3 and 4 with him.
That's a great process to learn. I mean, it's like it's free. It doesn't really cost you extra, and having a couple extra never hurts either. If you get a friend or a family member or a neighbor, throw them in their yard and some kryptonite and let her rip.
Throw them in the public gardens, police departments, town halls. Pot plants
Yeah,
grow everywhere.
we just got the new cones,
Holy
and in the
fuck.
filter they have a little seed.
Oh yeah.
The thought is when you flick your roach, it's supposed to fucking grow a flower. at
See if
some
this
point or
works.
something. It'd be even cooler with weed.
Yeah. Well, remember what Dana used to do is overgrow the government.
Oh, yeah, that's proper.
Below the top of them Rockwell cubes, Marcel.
Yeah, what is it?
Look where them fucking roots are. Look at them roots.
Yeah, I know. I hate when that happens.
Them roots went down, and then they went right up.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
They don't like it down there.
I hate when that happens too because it's hard.
Is that on the heat mat?
It's hard to work with.
Wasn't
That's
on the heat mat, was it? Was it?
Yes, that's on the heat mat. Yes.
Really?
On the heat mat. They all got roots, but them ones do on that side. I got them separated because there's two different. They were cut 2 different days off the same pheno, but off of 2 different plants. So I wanted to keep them separate, and the ones that were cut the second day are yellowing out 10 times faster than the first ones, and they're being sprayed with fucking clone spray. I can't understand it.
The same plant, you say?
And so everything's the same, 2 different plants, but the same strain and the same pheno. So it was both my Cushman pheno.
Was one healthier than the other?
What's that?
Was one healthier than the other? Or are they both bigger?
To me, they both look the same, but they didn't look anything different. But what I'm thinking it could be is my Rockwell cubes. They're 2 different. It was 2 different batches of Rockwell cubes, and I'm thinking I didn't soak these ones out quite enough that I should have, because I found out before that they would. If you don't soak them good enough, they'll fucking yellow your clones like crazy.
2 different brands of Rockwool, or the same?
Yeah, one's Grodan and one's
brand.
fucking another one. I like the Grodan ones.
Yeah, that's what we always rock at the shop, just because we don't have complaints of it. That's usually a good sign.
What about the floor? What about the Floraflex? The Floraflex gear.
Floraflex fucking was lame as shit. I got a bunch of it at the shop because I thought the idea was fucking great. Like, I love the drainage and all the stuff that they had, but they don't make anything for Canada anymore because they didn't want to do the fucking French labels. So it's basically impossible to find it. So there's another company called the Bucket Company. Check that one out, because that one you can get in Canada, and that one seems to be getting a little bit of traction. So we'll probably have it in the shop sometime the next little bit, I imagine.
I like
what great information from our spontaneous guest.
Oh.
I like the Floraflex sprays because they're thick, hard, like they're super hard and thick and rigid.
I want to say I probably got like a box or a bag of the Rockwool cubes. So if you want, if I find them at the shop, shoot me a message and I'll fucking send them your way. They're yours.
Yeah, well, if it all depends. If Lenny goes to Harvest Fest, I might catch a drive with him if he has a free seat.
Oh, you should totally come to Harvest Fest. That'd be great.
I'm planning on it, Darcy, but like I don't know exactly my schedule yet.
We know how. We'll plan on that 2 days before the festival, because we know how your schedule is.
No, I am planning to go down for a day. The Saturday is what I like to do.
All right, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Where'd my knife go? All right.
If anyone's curious about my screen, it's the fucking Oilers game in the background.
What's the game like?
Oh no, it's just the opening ceremonies. That's why it's a fucking light show in my room.
This is a half hour of bunch of people screaming.
Yeah, and slipping on the ice.
Yeah, well, That happens anyway. All right, you ready, Al?
I've got one more cup to put holes in, and then I'm ready. I got.
Hey, Darcy, you should be playing Al's music. This is how we grow the weed.
This is how we grow the weed.
All right. So, gummy buns.
No, Mac. Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry about that. No, I was just checking my dome back in there on the table. Had to make sure I put it back away right, because if I don't, I'll wake up in the morning and there'll be no clones there, and there'll be just sticks because the cat will eat them.
Darcy, did you try the gummy buns?
I like that fucking stuff, Marcel. It's tasty.
Yeah, because you like that funky Kush foot flavor.
The funky Kush flavor. No, I find that has that. It's cushy, but it's got that little bit of gas. But the exhale is kind of. You kind of get a. I don't want to say cherry, but kind of.
There's kind of a fruit flavor to the exhale.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm trying to explain.
Inhale is kind of like foot odor that's been washed in diesel.
Foot odor that's washed in diesel.
Yeah,
Wow.
if you washed your really stinky feet in diesel, that would be what it smells like, tastes like.
Well,
Stinky feet cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that it's nice smoke. I find it burns really nice and clean. I don't
Nice
get
and
a headache.
smooth.
Yeah, and I don't get a headache. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go and pass it out to those guys. They can have it.
Yeah,
I can hear
I know,
them
'cause I
hacking
know
and
you're not a
coughing
big
already.
food guy.
Here.
What the fuck is that?
Holy Marcel.
Holy shit!
Holy fuck, dude. I apologize to everyone.
Gummy buns, and it tastes like.
You cool with what we're doing with the cake now?
I have no idea what you're doing with the cake, so just wait till I come out when I'm done. Yeah, it's stinky feet. Enjoy it. Oh, yeah, it made me cough. I don't like it. Now I'm gonna have to smoke a real fucking joint. Thank
It
you,
made me
Darcy.
cough. I don't like it.
Put that taste in my mouth. Yuck.
So, Mark, when you see him at Harvest Fest and you hand him a joint, make sure it's the cushiest shit you got.
I like
Right,
the liver
ready,
flavor.
and
so
I'll
I'm
tell
a
you what I'll
fan.
do, Mark, is I'll put it up to my lips, I'll taste it, and then I'll pass it back.
Marcel, I'll let you
Pineapple
try.
express.
I'll let you
Dude,
try.
fuck.
You can vape from my new Crafty Plus when I'm there.
Hello. I'm ready.
Are you really?
Yep.
Are you ready, Al? Okay.
I'm ready.
grab your cuttings.
Wait a minute. I got to find the rooting agent. There it is right there. I want to open that up and pour some in the cap.
What do you got for rooting powder?
Take some out. Put it on a. Put it
I
in
got Chromex.
Stem 2.
Yeah.
the ProMix stem root, Marcel.
That's what I used last time it worked out. All right. So I'm taking the thingy out of the. Where did I put my? Okay, there it is. And it's at a 45
First off,
degree
whoa,
angle.
whoa,
What?
whoa.
I'm not.
First off, do you have a clean surface?
Yes. Right in front of me.
Lay your clone down on your clean surface.
Yep.
Cut your clone on a 45 degree angle.
All right. 45 degree
Dip
angle.
it in your rooting hormone.
No, dip it in water, then rooting hormone.
Okay.
Dip it in the water
45
first, it
degree
makes
angle.
rooting hormone.
I'm
Can I ask a
assuming it
question,
would
please?
still be wet.
Can I ask
Not
a
if it
question?
cuts off
please?
the end.
Hello? Can I ask a question? I
Yeah.
saw in a video
Yes, Al.
they did a 45-degree angle like I just did, and then put a split up the center. Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dip in water, then dip in root powder.
That's, yeah. So I put about a centimeter slit up the center, dipped in water, dipped in rooting powder.
And you want the rooting powder to go up above that slit.
Yeah, I know that. I knew.
That's why I don't bother pouring it out into a cap. I just dunk it into the bottle.
I should have just done that. Now, do I make a little hole or just stick it in?
Either or.
All right.
What are you putting it in? Soil?
Soil.
Is it wet?
It will be.
No. Get it wet before you put the clone in.
No, don't sit that in there dry.
All right.
The reason being, when you go to put the water in, the clone's going to fall over.
Okay. So that is in there now. A little more water. And then I'll pack it.
Now your water, Al.
Yes.
Did you obviously there's a good chance you didn't do it, but you should take some root excess that you have. Take 2 mils per liter, mix it in that water, and that's what you're going to water your clones.
Tell me that after, please. Okay. Let's do one thing at a time, please. One thing at a time, Darcy.
Next time when you do it, use root excess in your water.
Oh, right.
That's all he's saying.
Well, there's probably a little in this because this was from the thing.
Oh, your reservoir.
I saw that, Lenny.
Reservoir.
I had to do it.
A reservoir. All right. So the next one is going to be the CBD raspberry. So we'll wet it this time.
Yeah.
I need another cup. Fuck's sakes. Hang on. I'll be right back. I thought I had. No, I'll do it over here. It's
Darcy,
dripping.
do you do the split on the clone?
If it's a big stock, I do.
The same here. If it's a big stock, I do. If it's if that small, softer stuff, I don't. I just cut her on a 45 and cut her on a 45 right out of node and shove her in because I find you'll get more roots push out a lot faster.
Especially if you put the node under the soil.
Yep.
What about the shaving? Is that something you guys do?
I don't bother shaving. I used to years ago, but it didn't make any difference for me, so I stopped.
Marcel tried something new this year with a banana, though. And
that actually was interesting.
Why?
Because now just bear with me. I got to remember the name of the gas. I'll just Google it just as quick. Ethylene. That's the word I was looking for. What researchers found in growing was that if plants were subjected to a boost of ethylene when they were younger, they developed into stronger, hardier plants faster and stayed hardier. And ethylene is a gas that basically ripens fruit.
Oh.
So to test it, what I did is I took all my cuttings and took some pieces of cut up banana and put them in the dome with them.
Banana or the banana peel?
Itself? Yeah, that's my question.
I took a whole banana and cut it up into chunks.
With the peel,
So it had banana peel as well as banana, because the peel is also going to produce the gas.
Did you put any peanut butter in there?
No, I don't like banana and peanut butter. But
oh fuck, you're crazy. That's fucking.
I fucking hate peanut butter.
I ended up with a 100% root rate. So every cutting produced roots. So I kind of like the banana idea, but it's. I think it would be better to buy a bottle of ethylene and pump it.
Less chance of molds and stuff.
Well, my concern was more for molds and that type of bacteria from having bananas in there. So I think just a bottle of ethylene gas and give it a shot every once or twice a day, and just boost the production that way. It seemed to work. How you making out, Al? Did you get that next cup of dirt wet?
It's already in, bud.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm on the last one.
All right. And then there's
to the banana peel thing or the banana. A lot of people use it like in light flour to make teas and shit. So it would make sense that it's also used in the early stages of its life, because typically that's how organic stuff kind of works. So that's neat.
But only the gas. Well, it's for flouring, I mean, you're getting a lot of potassium of a banana, right? So it's great for the flowering cycle, not so great for veg. But it's the gas from ripening. You could use any fruit. Tomatoes produce a lot of it. Anything that ripens will produce ethylene. It's just that bananas seem to produce almost the most, but at least the cleanest as well, right? Because I mean, banana just turns black. You still pick it out. A tomato will just turn into a big pile of mold.
Bananas.
Yeah. All right, Al. So hold the plants up to the camera when you're done there,
I will.
just to see if you have to do another part.
Oh, all right.
It's the stoner way to get them confused too, or how much you think you'll remember. Oh, I won't label this one because it's this. Label it.
Fucking right.
Oh yeah, definitely label it. You will forget.
You will fucking forget. Been there.
For me, I can just turn around, and as soon as I turn back, I've already forgotten.
We actually got special tags.
I'm hoping that this is right. I think I might have mixed up the two CBD. CBD and CBD, right?
See? Facts.
Mm-hmm. No, they're all right. All right, so 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so put that first one up.
Can you make your screen big?
Yeah, let's make you bigger.
Yeah, Marcel can do it. I got my hands full.
Let's see if I can do it.
That's what she said.
Okay, hold that up again. Let me see it.
1 second, please.
Now that I made you bigger.
I'm just putting the powder back in.
Oh. Yeah, it's the other reason I don't take it out of or put it in the cap.
I know, it's fucking annoying.
I'm never going to use all of it, so.
All right, so that's over here now. All right, what did you want me to do?
Hold up that plant.
Okay.
Back just a bit and down just a touch. Tilt it towards the. Okay, you see those 2 bigger leaves on the outside?
Take them out?
No. Cut half of them off.
All right.
All right, so what you're going to do is you take your clean scissors and cut half of each frond.
Which I've left outside. Okay, I will do that. I will do that.
Do that later, but you basically want to cut off those bigger tips.
Okay, just the tips.
Just the tips, like about half of that frond.
Starting to sound like a porn movie.
Yeah. Well, you already talked about the bang bus.
Yeah, we got the bang bus, right?
Hey, some nice sunset out here tonight.
It was nice and colorful last night, pink and all kinds of colors.
I got some bright oranges here. I'm gonna see if I can get a half decent picture of this.
When we were ripping like 500 or 600 clones at a time at the factory, we'd always like grab the clone at the base and then kind of like down, so all the actual leaves kind of fold up on itself, and then you could just do one straight snip across the top. It would just kind of fucking tip everything for you.
That's what I do, Mark.
Yeah, it's an excellent time saver.
Grab it, cup all the leaves in your fingers, and then snip.
Yeah, it's not so bad when you're doing 2 or 3, but when you're doing 600 or 1200 a rip, it's a good way to save a few seconds.
All righty. So these can go. So how long do I leave these under the lights now before I put them in pots?
Once they start getting some roots.
So a few weeks.
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Okay.
Do you have a dome or anything?
Put them under the dome on the heat
Yeah,
mat.
I have a sun blaster dome in the living room. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Can I go now? I'm going to put these in the other room, and I will be right back, and we'll continue the show. Keep talking. Remember, people are watching.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
As a side note, like typically in my experience, especially when first starting with clones, that's the easiest part. Keeping them alive and getting them roots is the next part of the battle. So like some kind of like temperature or humidity fucking gauge in there so you can kind of have a visual aid. Always a good idea.
That is definitely that's so true, Mark. That's definitely the next hardest step is cutting the clone, putting it in the dirt's the easy part. It's not to get discouraged after 7, 10, 14 days, because sometimes it might take 21 days to get them roots on there.
Yeah.
Some of them sativa strains I find are hard as fuck to get roots.
Can they
Yeah,
go out
those
in
ones-
the greenhouse, though, as is in those cups? Can you put them out in the greenhouse now, or is it still too cold for me?
I'd put them in your dome in your house for now, Al.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back.
I'd play safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah.
How much time? I got lots of time.
We sell at the shop. Obviously, I sell stuff, so I always like to sell extra. We sell these temperature things from Mondi, and it's actually geared up. It comes with a little drill bit, so you actually drill through your dome. It fits on the outside and then clamps through the inside, so the temperatures are on the inside, so you don't have to crack the dome to fuck with the humidity and stuff. And if you're looking to do it proper, those are awesome.
Yeah, those sound really nice.
Yeah, if you haven't checked out the shop, like not to toot our own horn and stuff, the shop is like I'm a pretty big stoner and I've grown for a lot of years, so it's basically anything that I've found in the last 10 years of my life, I have it at the shop because I can speak to it and I can say, yeah, that thing's fucking awesome.
Well, hey, though, but those are the ones that usually have the good shops, right?
Yeah, I always say it's more like we're about, sure, we want to make money, obviously, but we're big time into the culture. Like, that's why we sponsor Harvest Fest. That's why, we go to Snoop Dogg and try to get shit signed for the shop and stuff, is because if it's a stoner thing happening, we want to fucking be there and we want to make sure everybody's having as good a time as possible. So if we can help out by, supporting it, fuck yeah, sign us up.
Oh, definitely, dude.
And Mark's responsible for bringing Jacob Collins to Harvest Fest and some of our cup entries and several of our vendors over the last 3 years.
We're trying.
Why we invited him back as a guest? I mean, me.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the reinforcement, Lenny. Because it is hard with Al. He is tough on me, Like I said earlier, if I had feelings, I probably wouldn't have came back.
To be honest, no. The joke for me is like every time we have a guest, anytime you want to come back on, just pop on. He says that to everybody.
No,
then he gives me shit.
I'm all about the cannabis and stuff. As you can see, as we do this, I'm constantly smoking joints. If I can hang out with a few like-minded people educate people and shit, and also maybe sell some extra shit at the shop, I'm
Why
gonna
not?
fucking take the opportunity.
See, that's why he's here, not to contribute, just to sell shit in the shop.
It is part of it,
now
for
now
sure.
Al's calling him the man. He's the man.
Oh my god, hey, Mark, you're gonna have to send Al something up there now. Just
Yep,
just
I must have some payment, some payola.
I will send you something. You just wait. I'll let you know when it's coming. You got to do an unboxing for me of it, though.
All right. Is it a student glass? Because I already got one of those.
This is student.
No.
He's not giving you a student
You're not
glass.
getting that.
If he's giving the student glass out, then he's giving it to me, you fucker.
No, I'm
I
not.
do have these giant silicone dick bombs.
He decides to turn his fucking camera on for the goddamn fucking sunset. Nice guy.
Oh, that is nice.
No, I didn't. I actually just took a picture out my window.
Oh.
But on the camera, it looks like my whole backyard's on fire.
Does
or on the other side of those trees.
Are you sure it's not?
No, it's not. No. It's getting darker now.
Alrighty, I just posted a picture of what I did in the living room there. I have to raise it up a little bit, but it'll do for right now, so we can get through the show.
Yeah, that's my view when we do a show. So I can overlook my garden and see my yard. Al looks like he's lost.
No, I'm pulling this up so that I can show you. Who's making noise in the kitchen there, Darcy?
Maybe.
Can't be me. I was on mute. Ha ha ha.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
So there they will sit until they are ready to go. I can raise it up one more ramp. And can I take them out during the day or no?
The clones?
Yes.
Not in direct sunlight.
Okay. All right. So we'll keep them in there for a little while.
Yeah. Your temperatures aren't the warmest yet either, though.
Nah, not really. It's 19 in there right now.
Yeah.
13 outside, 17 downstairs, and 21 here in this room. Yeah.
Sometime if you ever wanted to, like, if you were doing something like this in advance and you were like, hey, I wanted to do like a little segment on clones, fucking let me know and I'll send you the proper shit to do all that stuff just so that you can ensure the most, success and also provide the best education to anybody watching, for sure.
These tops here are being given to one of the kids who's going to grow for Dean and Elzora. And they've got a greenhouse just like mine, but it's an older one. So tomorrow we're going to do the same thing that I did to mine. We're going to wash it out with Dawn and vinegar, and then give it a good rinse, get all the mold out of it, and then in a couple of weeks they'll get these. Man.
Cool.
Yeah. In mine, I'm just going to let go. Grow. They've got a jug full of food, a trough full of food and water, and I check on them every day, and I talk to them.
A big thing that's popular right now for people growing and stuff is like living soils, because it kind of like already has all the food in it and shit. If you're just looking for straight up, like, I want to just throw them in my backyard and forget about them.
Right now I'm using the Pro Mix herb and vegetable, but there's a mix of the earth that I got last year was that 420 stuff that Darcy has this year.
420.
I don't have it, Al. I didn't grab that.
Get any? I saw a picture of it. You sent a picture.
I just sent you the picture because I want to know if anyone used it. I this year what I planted in, it comes from down the valley here. It's called Grampy soil.
Okay.
I planted in it last year. It's got sea compost in it. It's got bird guano in it. It's got bat guano in it. It's got a whole bunch of shit in it.
Same kind of stuff that the 420 stuff has in it. But what I didn't like about the 420 stuff is I know that they put material in their stems and things like that, but there's too much in there. Right? The Pro Mix, you know what you're getting. Right?
Yeah, well, that's just it.
Is the Grampy soil like readily available just through him, or like do you find it in other grow shops or anything like that? Because we love.
I buy mine through SureGain, Mark.
Okay. Because we carry Kryptonite, which is Yarmouth company. And
I know Neil quite well.
Okay, so yeah, we've tried that, but yeah, I've never heard of that. And I'll definitely.
Now Neil soil. Now, I know he played with his recipes a little bit, but I was using it there at the first. It was really good, but I found if I supplement it in flowering, I got way better yields.
Yeah, they told us at the factory you get 3 uses, but no way.
Dude, no, you do not.
Say phosphorus, potassium.
I did the test in my tent.
Yeah.
See, I did the same thing and tested in a tent, and two plants were just living soil, 2 plants were the Pro Mix, and I felt so bad for the ones in the living soil that I started feeding them because it wasn't doing it.
I'm a terrible grower in the sense that I'm old school. Like I did the trap house thing back in the day when it wasn't legal and all that shenanigans. So it was like synthetics, and I still rock the synthetics. Not because I like them more than organics or anything like that. Just purely, I know that if I buy all these bottles, my weed turns out great. The organic stuff, it's a lot more like process and trial and error and things like that. So I just stuck to what I know, but I see great success with people doing organic.
That's the thing, Mark. Once you get on to growing organics, you can grow fucking amazing with it. Because you master everything with that whole thing. Now, see, I grow a hybrid method of organic and a little bit of synthetic because I use Floramax. I don't know if
okay. Yeah.
I think we talked. Yeah, I use Floramax and I have really awesome results with it. But it's 85% organic, 15% synthetic, and really the only synthetic part of it is your A compound because your B is organic.
Right.
It's your A compound. That's where all your salt. That's where some of them salts are. But the owner of that company, man, and Ken and the owner of the company, he's a smart motherfucker, man. He sat here in my kitchen and talked to me about it, man. And he definitely knows his shit.
Okay, and that's the vibe I got from you. So I definitely want to make sure that we spend some time talking at some point because it's nice to talk to someone that knows what's up for sure.
Oh yeah,
it's 1-0 for Edmonton.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I've seen that. I'm watching it on my phone on YouTube. I sent you a couple pictures. I sent you a couple pictures too, Mark. Check when you get a chance, take a look at them.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark, I got a funny feeling you and I know a lot of the same people.
It's probably a good chance. I'm a hoodlum for sure.
Well,
a reformed hoodlum.
when you mentioned the trap house thing.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a few different locations, but yeah, those days are behind me. Now I just sling the bongs.
Yeah.
As soon as they let me sling the weed, though, I tell you, the shop's going to be starved.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. Don't hold your breath on that one.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah, that's why I got tons of bongs.
Yeah, NSLC is not going to let go of their mainstay now.
That's a cash cow, dude.
Everyone's not going to try to help me out.
Yeah.
You'll see some farm gates for the LPs that'll happen.
Yeah, but
you won't see private stores.
No. But it seems to be working well for Alberta.
So we
What's
got
that?
10 minutes, and I want to make sure
Alberta.
that Deb gives some information about Harvest Fest for anybody who needs it. No, she's here.
Sure.
No, she left.
No, I'm
She
here.
got she got
there.
bored and said,
got
"These guys aren't even talking to me. I'm out of here."
What are you talking about, Harvest Fest?
Deb,
but
can
we're
you
not
got a
talking to
website
Deb.
and stuff?
Pardon?
You got a website and stuff people can go look at?
We do. mumsharvestfest.ca. And it
Awesome.
has a list of most of our vendors, our sponsors, the bands.
Marcel, can you put that in the chat, please?
Yeah, because
In
I
the
can type.
comments. I have too much stuff on my desk to type.
We
And
haven't
so-
quite nailed down all of the demo aspects yet, but we will be, a few of us will be meeting early next week, hopefully Marcel, hint, hint, so that we can pound out the final details on that one. There is actually a gentleman lined up who's going to give a talk on psilocybin, and has enhanced his own particular strain and quite well versed in mycology. So we're looking forward to that. Amber Dawn, who I believe was a guest on this show at least a couple of months back from the Hazy Mermaid, who's a Harvest Fest vendor. This is her second year returning and has a line of products designed for women, and she's going to be doing a presentation on her products and the benefits of using cannabis for women, for menstruation, childbirth, menopause, and all of those feminine health related conditions. And that's where we're at right now, and we will be filling in, of course, with other aspects of preparing cannabis in various ways, perhaps even in listening to Mark and Darcy and Marcel bantering back and forth. We may even have a conversation amongst people who like to grow and who would be interested in learning more about cultivating cannabis.
Awesome.
Awesome. Our possibilities basically are endless. It just depends on the people that we have to tap into.
Have you got our favorite musicians coming this year?
No, I haven't seen any signs of them performing, and I'm not quite sure what they're up to.
But you have bands coming.
Absolutely. We've got
Awesome.
18 of them.
Woo!
A little bit of everything from rap to a touch of country and a little bit of folk, some blues, and some rock.
Awesome. What's the date?
July 5th to 7th. And it's only $60 for the weekend, which includes rough camping. There's an option to have sites with hookups, which are a little bit more, but not much. It's only an extra $26 for electricity for 2 days, which is certainly reasonable.
Awesome. You're staying overnight this year, Marcel?
I have no idea, dude.
Oh, he doesn't know yet.
I'm just look, man. I've been so friggin' swamped. All I'm doing is wait until I get tomorrow over with. Once that's done, then I can sit down and take a breath and say, all right, this is what I've got on schedule. This is what I got to get done before Harvest Fest, and that'll let me know whether or not I'm going to Harvest Fest.
There you go.
Let's be honest. If you get there and the edibles are good enough, you're not leaving anyways.
I don't eat other people's edibles.
I was just going to say he won't eat other edibles.
I don't. I can't take the chance.
Yeah, my co-partner in crime, he ate one last year and it pretty much wiped him out.
Was it one of mine?
No, I don't think so, but it was potent.
So if you're going to be in Nova Scotia next week, a couple weeks away, make sure you go visit Deb at Harvest Fest and the John Cook Memorial Cup. And while you're there, go and get on the Bang Bus.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm gonna fucking if I go, I'm making a big sign and I'm gonna put it up and cover his bong bus sign with it.
Oh, no way, man. Don't do it. My boss will have a fit.
Just so I can get a picture of it, just to put it on the internet that the bang bus was at our Harvest Fest.
Oh God.
Oh,
like I say, it's
God.
just as fun.
Look what you
It's
got
just
yourself
spelled
into, Mark.
It's
Look,
just as
look,
fun.
look,
It's
look
just
what you
spelled
got yourself
different.
into.
Yeah. It's the most fun you can have with your clothes on.
Yeah, that's an excellent description.
Yep.
Hey, you should have that on the outside of the bus. The most
You
fun
can't.
you'll
We
have with
used
your
to.
clothes on.
We had that.
Be careful what you wish for.
At tidal bore rafting. After one of the rafting trips, that's what somebody actually wrote in the book about the mudslides and everything, and they said it's the most fun you could have with your clothes on.
You know
So,
that our friend
they use
in
that.
Campbellford at the lifestyle shop there, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. Their slogan is bongs and dongs because they're a lifestyle shop and a bong shop, right? They have a little bit of everything. So you can go in and
we
get a
don't have it
bong
all.
and pick up your wife a dong or a bong. How about a dong bong?
I do have one of those.
Yeah,
I have.
buddy. Yeah,
I have dong chocolates.
You know,
and I can tell
yeah.
people, go ahead, suck my dick.
Oh yeah.
And they're pink. They're pink chocolate dicks.
Why not skin color?
Yeah.
You see, you don't know, do you?
Well, I've never bothered. I always just made them pink dicks. I covered somebody's birthday cake in them.
Yeah, he sure did.
Medicated pink dicks.
He sure did. My wife's.
It looked cool.
No, my cake looked cool.
What'd they do to your cake? Oh, yours had pot leaves all over it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I still got a picture of that, Marcel.
Yeah. I don't know if I have a picture of it. I'm sure I do
Yeah.
somewhere.
Thanks for the piece of cake, Darcy.
He didn't give you a piece of
I
that
offered
cake?
you some, Lenny.
I don't believe you did.
Well, you'd have to have gone to his house to get it.
You bastard!
And he wouldn't give you a chocolate with it. He would just give you a piece of cake.
Oh, listen to Mars. Hey, Lenny got to try your fudge before anybody else got to try it. So
Yes,
listen here.
Darcy usually shares. He does. I'm just teasing him.
Yeah, okay. Fudge is good though.
Yeah. It
and
is.
funky
It's
looking.
delicious. I got a piece in my freezer, but I already ate 2 gummies tonight, so I said, I don't
Your moon mist ice cream's still the best, Marcel. I don't care.
On that note, it's time to say goodnight.
Yeah, because I got a wedding to get ready for. All right, Darcy and Lenny, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Debbie, we'll talk to you after tomorrow.
Can I just slide in a quick thank you to all of the individual businesses and people who've sponsored Harvest Fest this year and made it possible by contributing money toward the event, gift certificates, what have you, items that can be given away as prizes, and contributing to many of the special events that are happening throughout the weekend. A huge thank you and hats off to one and all.
Stop talking.
Oh, you now, Al.
We're done. Quick.
We already said no. You can't do it, Debbie. Come on.
Deb,
I'm doing it anyway.
Thank you for continuing to do this, Deb. A lot of the things that we've watched happen over the years have gone by the wayside, just aren't happening anymore. It's nice to see something that's come back strong after whatever they want to call it, COVID shit. So congratulations to that, and I hope you have. I wish I was going. I miss you.
Thank you. We miss you too, Al. Hopefully one of these years you'll be able to come down and experience the Bang Bus for yourself.
Yeah, well, I've actually experienced the bang bus before. So.
Oh my God, Dad, not you too. Shit.
Say goodnight, guys.
I'm never back as
Night,
you got me
everyone.
fired.
That was for Al's benefit
Later.
only.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be